Hello and welcome back. Tonight we are settling in for a long one, and I mean that in the best possible way. If you have ever found yourself lying awake at night, mind wandering, wishing someone would just quietly walk you through a world you love, then this is exactly what tonight is. We are going to spend the next few hours inside the universe of The Walking Dead. All of it. The whole sprawling, complicated, sometimes heartbreaking thing. From the very first day Rick Grimes woke up in that empty hospital hallway, to the very last chapter of a story that is still, in some ways, unfinished. We're going to go slowly. There is no rush here. We're going to talk about the characters, the places, the moments that stuck with people, the quieter pieces of lore that the show slipped in between the bigger scenes, and the reasons why this particular story, out of all the stories about the end of the world, managed to mean so much to so many people for so many years. So if you are getting comfortable right now, settling in, maybe turning the lights down a little, I think that is exactly right. This is the kind of storytelling that is meant to wash over you. You can let your eyes close whenever they want to. The story will be here. Let us begin at the very beginning. Before there were walkers, before there were walls and warning bells, and the quiet mathematics of survival, there was a very ordinary Tuesday in Georgia. A sheriff's deputy named Rick Grimes was sitting in a police cruiser with his partner and best friend, Shane Walsh, eating lunch and talking about nothing in particular. They talked about the differences between men and women, the kind of lazy philosophical meandering that fills time on a slow shift. Rick mentioned that things had been tense at home. He and his wife, Laurie, had been fighting. She had said something that morning, something in front of their son Carl, about Rick not caring about his family, and the words had stuck with him, the way unkind words do. That is where it starts. Not with a dramatic moment, not with an omen or a prophecy, just a man sitting in a car, a little troubled, a little distracted, eating a hamburger in the Georgia heat. Then the radio crackles, a high-speed pursuit. They dump their food and go. What happens next takes only seconds and changes everything. Rick is shot, not in the vest where the bullet would have been absorbed. He is shot in the side, in the gap, in the part that was not protected. He goes down. Shane is shouting his name. Someone calls for an ambulance, and then the sound fades. Rick Grimes wakes up in a hospital room with no idea how much time has passed. This is one of the most quietly effective openings in television, and it works because of what is missing. There is no explanation, no nurse, no beeping machine. The flowers on the bedside table are wilted and brown. The clock on the wall has stopped. The phone is dead. The lights flicker and fail, and outside the window, the world is absolutely, terrifyingly silent. Rick gets out of bed. He can barely walk. He stumbles down the hallway in his hospital gown, striking matches to see by, and what he finds is this. The walls are covered in bullet holes. The doors to the cafeteria are chained shut from the outside. Someone has spray painted 2 words across them in rough black letters. Don't open. Dead inside. And through the gap in the chain, grey hands are reaching toward him, and there is a sound coming from behind those doors that he has never heard anything make before. He finds the stairs. He finds a way out. He comes through a service exit into the loading bay behind the hospital and stops completely still, because laid out in rows in the sunlight, wrapped in sheets, are hundreds of bodies. He takes a bicycle from a nearby park and rides it home. And there, on the front steps of his own house, Rick Grimes sits down in his hospital gown and tries to figure out what has happened to the world. That is how quiet the beginning is. No sweeping disaster film shots, no montage of cities falling. Just one man, alone, confused, trying to understand something that is well beyond understanding. It is worth spending a moment with the character of Rick before everything starts moving, because who Rick was before the apocalypse matters a great deal to who he becomes afterward. He was, by all accounts, a decent man. He was a lawman in a small Georgia town, King County, which is the kind of place where you know most of the people you pull over. He cared about doing the right thing. He was the kind of person who, when faced with a choice, would try to do it correctly rather than easily. He believed in rules. He believed in institutions. He believed that there was an order to the world and that it was worth protecting. That belief, more than any skill he had with a gun or any toughness he had built up over years on the job, is what carries him through the early days. He just keeps trying to do the right thing, even when the right thing stops making any sense. On the day he wakes up, he meets a man named Morgan Jones. Morgan is sitting in a house across the street from Rick's. He has covered the windows with blackout curtains, so the walkers outside won't see the light. He is there with his son, Dwayne, a quiet, serious boy who greets Rick by swinging a shovel at his head. When Rick comes around, tied to a bed, Morgan explains what has happened. The recently dead, he tells Rick, have started coming back. They move towards sound and light. They are attracted to the living, and if one of them bites you, the resulting fever will kill you, and then you will come back too. This has been happening everywhere. The world as Rick knew it is essentially over. What is left is something nobody has a name for yet. Morgan lost his wife to the outbreak. She turned. He knows where she is. Every night she walks up and down the street outside, and every night he sits at the window with a rifle and cannot bring himself to pull the trigger. He is trying. He tells Rick he is trying, but something keeps stopping him. This scene between Rick and Morgan, two men sitting in a darkened kitchen at the end of the world, becomes one of the most important in the entire Walking Dead universe. Not because of what happens, but because of what it establishes. This is a show about grief, about the things we cannot let go of even when we know we should, about how long it takes the human heart to accept something that the human brain has already understood. Morgan cannot kill his wife. He knows she is gone. He knows the thing in the street is not her, but love does not work like logic. Rick thanks Morgan and leaves. He goes to the local police station, cleans himself up, finds clothes that fit, loads a bag with guns and ammunition from the evidence lockup. He leaves a walkie-talkie with Morgan, promising to check in every morning at dawn. Then he gets in a police car and drives toward Atlanta, because the last thing he heard before falling unconscious was that Atlanta was a safe zone, that refugees were being directed there, that Laurie and Carl might have gone there. He drives through a landscape that is already coming apart. Abandoned cars on the highway, bodies, burned buildings, a world that has been falling for weeks while he was asleep and is now very nearly fallen completely. On a highway clogged with dead traffic, Rick runs out of gas. He finds a horse at a nearby farm and rides it the rest of the way, which is the sort of thing that tells you something about the man. Most people would give up on a horse. Rick figures it is better than walking. He rides into Atlanta just as the city proper comes into view, and what he sees stops him on the overpass. The streets below are choked with walkers, not dozens, not hundreds, more than he can count. The city, which was supposed to be the refuge, is completely lost. He tries to back the horse up, but it is too late. The walkers have sensed them. The horse panics. Rick is thrown. He rolls under an abandoned tank in the middle of the street and fires his pistol in every direction, trying to buy himself seconds, trying to think. The horse is gone. The walkers are closing in from every side. He crawls into the tank through the hatch at the bottom, seals it shut, and sits there in the dark, surrounded by hundreds of the dead on every side, alone in an armoured box in the ruins of a major American city. And then through the crackle of the tank's radio, a voice. It belongs to a young man who says, and I am paraphrasing here, something along the lines of, "Hey, you in the tank. I hope you're comfortable in there. It sounds like a very pleasant place to die." And then he says that if Rick wants to live, he should listen carefully, because he's not going to say it twice. The voice belongs to Glenn Rhee. Glenn at this point is 20-something, Korean-American, fast on his feet, utterly fearless in the specific way that only very young people can be, and he has been surviving in Atlanta by himself or near to himself for weeks. He knows the city, he knows how the walkers move, and he has, with a kind of generous recklessness that will define his entire character going forward, decided to help this stranger in the tank. Rick follows his instructions. He climbs out, he runs. He and Glenn and a handful of other survivors navigate the streets by running through alleys and climbing to rooftops, and they make it out to the edge of the city, where a camp has been set up outside the walls of Atlanta. The camp is where Rick finds Laurie and Carl. That reunion in the middle of all the chaos is one of the moments the show earned simply by not overplaying it. He just walks into the camp and she looks up, and that is all. The rest of it they can sort out later. He found them. That was the thing. The camp is a temporary collection of maybe 30 people. Shane is there, and there is a particular tension between him and Laurie that Rick notices but files away. There is Dale, an older man in a battered fisherman's hat, who lives in an RV and has, through sheer warmth and persistence, become something of a moral centre for the group. There is Andrea, who used to be a lawyer, and her younger sister Amy. There is Carol, a small quiet woman who stays in the background and rarely speaks. There are the Morales family. There is T-Dog, dependable and underused in equal measure, if you're being honest about the show's early seasons. There is Daryl Dixon, lean and watchful, carrying a crossbow, keeping mostly to himself. The camp works in the precarious way that improvised things sometimes do. People have roles. Dale keeps watch from the roof of the RV. The women, somewhat uncomfortably, are mostly doing laundry and cooking, while the men go into the city for supplies. There are children. There is routine. There is the fragile sense that things might, somehow, be manageable. It does not last. The night the camp is attacked, it comes without warning. 1 minute there is a fish fry, music, laughter at a campfire. The next, walkers are coming in from the tree line on every side. Amy is bitten and killed before anyone can reach her. Ed, Carol's abusive husband, is killed in his tent. People scatter and scream. Rick and Glenn and the others who had gone into the city arrive back at the run, just in time to help stop it, but not in time to stop the losses. Afterward, sitting among the bodies, Jim, one of the survivors, says something strange. Earlier that day he had been digging holes in the hillside behind the camp, refusing to explain why. Everyone thought he was having some kind of breakdown. But now, looking at the bodies, he says, "I remember why I dug the holes. They were for the dead. The camp buries its people and then makes a decision. They will drive to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, 25 miles inside Atlanta. If there is any research happening, any attempt to understand what the outbreak is and how to stop it, it would be happening there. It seems like the right thing to try. Most of them make it. The journey costs them a few more members, including Jim, who has been bitten and asks to be left by the side of the road rather than burden the group any further. He sits against a tree in the afternoon light and watches them drive away. It is one of those quiet Walking Dead moments that the show does better than almost anyone. No dramatic music, just a man in a field, choosing how to spend his last hours. The CDC, when they reach it, is almost entirely dark. One man remains inside. His name is Edwin Jenner. He has been working alone for months, trying to decode the outbreak, and he is very nearly out of hope. He lets them in because he is lonely, and because the alternative, staying alone in a building where the lights are already going out, is worse. Jenner shows them what he knows. He has a scan of a human brain at the moment of infection, and at the moment of death, and at the moment of reanimation. What it shows is that the virus is already present in every living person. Everyone. The whole group standing in front of him. The walkers outside. Everyone left alive in the world carries the thing that will eventually kill them and bring them back. You do not need to be bitten to turn. You just need to die. This is the revelation that changes everything. The bite does not infect you. The bite just kills you fast through fever and necrosis, and then what happens next would have happened anyway. The world is not fighting an infection so much as it is living inside one. There is no cure to find. There is no safe place to return to. This is just what the world is now. Jenna also tells them that the facility is set to self-destruct. The power is almost gone. He is going to stay. He offers to let the others stay too. He is gentle about it, almost kind. The world is over. There is no reason to keep suffering through it. A clean death here is better than whatever is waiting out there. One woman, Jacqui, chooses to stay. Andrea chooses to stay. Dale will not leave her, so he goes back. He talks to her. He tells her she does not get to decide this for him. Eventually, she comes. The others are already through the blast doors when Jenna opens them a second time. They run for the vehicles. The CDC explodes behind them. Standing in the firelight in the parking lot, watching the building collapse, Rick's group has just lost one more shelter and one more source of answers, and they are no closer to knowing what to do than they were when they started. But they are still together, and that, as the show would spend 11 seasons arguing, matters more than anything else. After the CDC, the group is back on the road with nothing to show for it, except the knowledge that there is nowhere obvious to go. This is one of the things the early seasons of The Walking Dead handle particularly well. The sense of lateral movement. Everyone is travelling, but nobody is travelling toward anything. They are just trying to stay ahead of the thing that is everywhere, and there is nowhere you can actually get to where that ceases to be true. They drive south on the highway and hit a blockage. Miles of abandoned cars stretching as far as anyone can see, left exactly where they were when the people driving them either died or ran away. The group moves through the jam carefully, siphoning gas, gathering supplies from the cars, doing what they have learned to do. Take what is useful, keep moving, stay quiet. There are two things about this highway scene that are worth pausing on. The first is the sense of scale. This is not just a pile of cars. This is a record of a specific moment in the collapse of civilization. These cars were driven here by people who were trying to escape the city. They brought their children and their suitcases and their pets, and at some point the cars stopped moving and the people got out and they walked, or they did not. The highway is, in a way the show often uses physical spaces as, a monument to what came before. The second thing is a little girl named Sophia. Sophia is Carol's daughter. She is quiet and small, and she clearly spent a lot of time trying to be invisible at home, which tells you something about what home was like. She disappears in this episode during a walker encounter. She is running from two walkers, and Rick directs her to a hiding spot in the woods, tells her to stay put, goes to lead the walkers off, and when he comes back, she is gone. The search for Sophia becomes the spine of the entire second season. It seems like it should resolve quickly, the way these things often do in television. The girl runs off, the group looks for her, they find her, everyone moves on. But the show does something stranger and more honest with it. The search stretches on for weeks. For episode after episode, Sophia is simply missing. She is not found. She is not even seen. The absence of her becomes its own kind of presence. The group takes shelter at a nearby farm owned by a man named Herschel Green. Herschel is introduced, as many of the show's most important characters are, in a moment of unexpected kindness. Carl has been accidentally shot by one of Herschel's people, a large man named Otis, during a deer sighting. Otis takes them to the farm. Herschel operates on Carl, saving his life. He asks for nothing in return. He is simply a man who believes that is what you do. The farm is beautiful, and it feels from the first moment unreal in the way that beautiful things feel unreal after enough time has passed in ugly places. There are cattle in the fields. There are horses in the paddock. The house has a wraparound porch. Beth, Herschel's younger daughter, sometimes plays guitar in the evenings. Maggie, his older daughter, rides horses and has a way of moving through the world that suggests she has never seriously considered the possibility that she might not be capable of something. Herschel lets the group stay, while Carl recovers. He is not unkind about it, but he is also clear. This is not a permanent arrangement. Once the boy is healthy, they will move on. He has his family and his land, and he has managed this long by keeping separate from the chaos outside, and he would like to continue doing that. The tension between Herschel's world and Rick's world is, if you think about it, one of the show's central tensions in miniature. Herschel believes the outbreak is survivable. He believes a cure will come. He believes, with a faith that is partly religious and partly just stubbornness, that the world will eventually right itself if you just wait it out with enough patience and enough decency. He has been keeping walkers in his barn because to him they are still people, sick people, people who deserve to be kept safe until someone figures out how to save them. Rick's group knows differently, or rather, they believe differently, because there is still a great deal they do not know. They have been living in the truth of the CDC revelation that everyone carries the virus, that there is no cure being worked on, because there is nobody left to work on one. But they have not told Herschel this. They are guests on his land. It does not seem like the right moment. Shane is having the hardest time with the farm of anyone in the group. It would be a mistake in retrospect to reduce Shane Walsh to a simple villain. He is something more interesting and more troubling than that. He is a man who loved Rick genuinely and deeply, who spent weeks keeping Laurie and Carl alive, while believing Rick was dead, who made choices in that time that he has never stopped justifying to himself. He is a man who understands survival in a very practical, non-sentimental way, and who has come to believe that Rick's way of doing things, the careful, morally fastidious way, is going to get people killed. He is also in love with Laurie, and has been trying unsuccessfully to fold that love back down into something manageable since Rick returned. The dynamic between the three of them, Rick and Laurie and Shane, is handled with more nuance than you might expect from a show about zombies. Nobody is entirely wrong, and nobody is entirely right. Shane's anger is understandable. His methods are dangerous. Laurie's confusion is real. Rick's patience is both a virtue and a blind spot. The show does not tell you who to root for, so much as it asks you to sit with the complexity. Laurie is pregnant. She tells Rick toward the middle of the season, and the conversation that follows is one of those quietly devastating Walking Dead scenes. The question hanging in the air is one that nobody says out loud, but everybody hears. Is it Rick's or is it Shane's? Laurie does not know. She is honest about that. She's also honest about something else, which is that she is not sure bringing a child into this world is something she can do, that the world is not something she wants to pass on. Rick tells her it is their decision and that he will be there for whatever she decides. He means it. That is the thing about Rick Grimes at his best. He means it. Meanwhile, the search for Sophia continues. Daryl Dixon takes this search more personally than almost anyone else, which surprises people, including Rick. Daryl goes out alone, day after day, working the woods with his crossbow, finding clues, following trails that go cold. He finds an abandoned house where someone small had recently slept. He finds a Cherokee rose growing near the road, which he picks and brings back to Carol. He tells her about the story of the Cherokee rose, how it grew along the trail of tears wherever the tears of mothers fell for their lost children. He leaves it with her. That is the whole scene. A man in a torn vest leaving a flower on a windowsill for a woman who needs something to hold on to. Daryl is, in these early seasons, as a study in a person who has never been told that they matter, and is beginning, slowly and with great suspicion, to accept the possibility that they might. His brother Merle, who has disappeared since the events in Atlanta, was the person who shaped most of who Daryl is. Merle was hard and cruel, and used that hardness to make other people small. Daryl learned from Merle. He also learned, somewhere along the way, not to be Merle. He's in the process of figuring out who that leaves him being. He is not warm, he does not say kind things, but he shows up. Day after day, he shows up. The barn discovery comes at the end of the search that nobody knew was coming. Shane has been building towards something for weeks. He is more erratic, more prone to shouting. He and Rick have a confrontation in the RV one night, where the undercurrent of everything they are not saying about Laurie and about leadership and about who should be in charge finally surfaces. Rick does not back down. Rick does not raise his voice. He is very calm and very clear about where the line is, and Shane, for now, steps back from it. But then Shane takes it into his own hands. He goes to the barn in the night, breaks the lock, and drags everyone out of bed to deal with what is inside. He does this because he knows it is the right tactical decision, and also because he knows it will destroy the part of Herschel's world that was still making Rick's group comfortable here. He is not wrong about either of those things. He is just wrong about everything around them. The walkers pour out of the barn, and the group puts them down one by one in the grey morning light. Herschel watches his neighbours and his people being shot by strangers on his land. It is not something you recover from quickly, the complete dismantling of a belief system you spent years building. He goes quiet. He goes to a bar in town and drinks, which is something Rick has to go retrieve him from, which is its own significant scene, but he comes back. Herschel Green comes back because Herschel Green is the kind of man who, when faced with evidence that everything he believed was wrong, adjusts his beliefs rather than blaming the evidence. The last walker out of the barn is Sophia. She has been in there all along. The whole season of searching, all those weeks of looking, all the trails and the Cherokee roses, and the hope that Carol had been holding at a very specific and painful angle, and here Sophia is, grey-eyed and slow, walking out of a barn on a farm in Georgia. Carol cannot move. She stands there. Rick steps forward and puts Sophia down. It is the right thing to do. Rick does the right thing. He always does the right thing, and it costs him every time. And he keeps doing it anyway. In the aftermath of the barn, things on the farm come apart in the way they were always going to. Herschel comes around to reality in the way that Herschel does things, carefully and completely. He lets people in. He starts talking to Rick about the practical realities of how to keep people alive. He has medical knowledge and farmland and a lot of stubborn belief in the idea that survival is worth the effort, and those things are more valuable than he knew. Shane's spiral reaches its conclusion somewhere in the woods outside the farm. He takes Rick out on what he says is a lead on Randall, a young man the group captured after a skirmish, and has been trying to decide what to do with. In the dark, away from everyone, Shane pulls a gun on Rick. He has thought this through, or he believes he has. He's going to kill Rick, and he's going to go back to the farm, and he is going to take care of Laurie and Carl the way he has always believed he should have been doing. In his mind, this is not murder. In his mind, this is correction. Rick talks to him, not to buy time. He talks to him because Rick Grimes, even in this moment, believes there is a version of this where Shane comes back from wherever he has gone. He is wrong. He knows it while it is happening, but he tries anyway. And then when he has run out of words, he steps forward and hugs Shane, and he kills him. He kills his best friend in the dark in a field in Georgia, and then Carl kills him again when he starts to turn. And Rick stands there in the aftermath of it, looking at what the world has made of the two of them. The farm falls that same night. A herd unlike anything they have encountered. Hundreds of walkers drawn by the gunshots, and the fire and the noise rolls over the farm's defences, like they are not there. People run. They scatter into the dark. The farm burns. Herschel's home, his beautiful, impossible farm, is gone. The group that comes back together on a highway in the dark is smaller than the one that arrived. They are quieter. They have lost things that cannot be replaced. But Maggie Green is with them, and Herschel Green is with them, and Daryl Dixon is with them. And in the back of someone's car, wrapped carefully, is a newborn girl. Her name will be Judith. She is Rick's daughter, and she was born into a world that was already over, and she will spend more of her life in the ruins of it than she ever will in the memory of what came before. But she is here, she is alive, and Rick holds her on that dark highway, and something in his face, even through the grief, understands that this is still worth something. They drive. The road ahead of them is uncertain in every direction, but they have somewhere they're heading now. There is a prison, visible in the distance, massive and dark and ringed with fences, and Rick has an idea. The prison is visible from the road before they reach it, sitting behind 2 layers of chain-link fence on a stretch of open land. And what Rick sees when he looks at it is not a ruin. He sees walls. That is the shift in perspective that the prison storyline turns on. Everyone else sees a prison, which is to say, everyone else sees a place defined by its original purpose, a place of confinement, a place you go when you have done something wrong. Rick sees infrastructure. He sees fencing and guard towers and thick concrete buildings that were built, literally built, to keep things in and keep other things out. In a world where the primary problem is that things keep getting through the walls, a building designed to prevent exactly that is not a prison. It is a fortress. They spend weeks clearing it. The process is methodical and dangerous and, in its way, almost meditative. Each section of the yard has to be cleared of walkers before the next section can be reached. The group works together with a precision they have developed over months of practice, and watching them do it is like watching something that was very rough and improvised become something that is almost skilled. Rick goes first. Daryl covers him. Maggie and Glenn and T-Dog move behind them. Herschel calls directions. Carl, who is 11 years old and has been living in the apocalypse long enough to be genuinely competent with a rifle, covers from a tower. They take cell block C and they make it theirs. They clean it and they sleep in the individual cells, which would have seemed degrading 6 months ago, and now seems like extraordinary luxury. There are beds. There are walls around them that are solid enough to sleep against. For the first time in months, Rick's group closes a door between themselves and the dead, and something close to normal human breathing becomes possible. Then they find the inmates. 5 men survived the initial outbreak inside the prison's walls. They've been living in a cafeteria, cut off from the rest of the prison, eating emergency rations, waiting for something to happen. Their names are Thomas, Andrew, Axel, Oscar, and Big Tiny. They are, with varying degrees of tension, a reflection of the same question the show keeps asking. What do you do with strangers? The whole world is strangers now. You cannot keep bringing everyone in. You also cannot keep leaving people behind. Where does the line go? Rick's answer is pragmatic. He will help them clear another cell block. They can have it. They will stay separate. He does not owe them more than that, and he cannot afford more than that. Thomas, it becomes clear quickly, is not going to be content with that arrangement. He is the kind of person who measures the world in terms of dominance and challenges any arrangement that positions him below. He is dangerous in the specific way of people who are violent before they are strategic. During the clearing of the cell block, he almost kills Rick twice, and Rick both times handles it with the same stillness he brings her to most things, a kind of cold clarity, and then on the third moment, he kills Thomas instead. It is not a speech or a confrontation. It is simply Rick recognizing a threat and removing it. Andrew flees into the yard and does not come back. Axel and Oscar are something else. Axel is nervous and talky in a way that covers up a genuine goodness. Oscar is quiet and solid and keeps showing in small ways that he is someone worth trusting. Both of them, over time, earn their place. During the clearing of the prison, something happens that changes the shape of the rest of the season. Herschel gets bitten. He is in a dark corridor, Walker behind a door that the group has not checked yet, and it gets his leg. There is no hesitation. Rick takes his axe, and he amputates Herschel's leg below the knee, right there on the corridor floor. Because the virus travels through the blood, and if you get to the bite fast enough, you can sometimes stop it. Most of the time, this does not work. This time, it does. Herschel survives. He learns to walk on a crutch that he eventually stops needing because Herschel Green is not the kind of man who allows himself to stay diminished. Within weeks, he is moving through the prison as if he has always walked like this. Within months, he is the calm centre of everything, the person people come to when they need someone to say a true thing quietly. Laurie gives birth in the prison. This is not a peaceful birth. It happens during a walker breach in a dark side corridor, with Maggie delivering, while Carl stands guard outside the door. There are complications. There are always complications. The baby is born, but Laurie does not survive it. She hemorrhages and she knows she's not going to make it, and she has a last conversation with Carl that is, by any reasonable measure, one of the hardest things the show ever puts on screen. She tells him to be someone worth being. She tells him that his father is a good man and to look to him. She tells him things that she knows he will carry his whole life and that she hopes will be enough when she's not there to say them. Carl shoots his mother after she dies because that is what it means to grow up in this world. Rick finds out when the baby is in his arms, and Carl comes out of the corridor, and the look on Carl's face says everything without saying a word. Rick simply collapses, not dramatically. He does not fall over. He slides down the wall slowly, the baby in his arms, making a sound that is not really a sound, and stays there for a very long time. In the days that follow, he is not right. He hears things. He gets a telephone call from the prison's old landline, which is obviously impossible, and he picks it up, and a voice he does not recognise tells him that wherever they are, it is safe. And then slowly, the voices on the other end of the line become familiar. Amy, Jackie, Jim, and then Laurie. Rick is having, in the clinical sense, a grief-induced break. He knows this. The show does not hide it, but there is something being said in these phone calls about the way the mind protects itself, about the way loss, when it is large enough, cannot be processed straight through, but has to be circled around and approached from different angles until the person doing the approaching is ready to look at it directly. When Rick is ready, he comes back. He comes back because of Judith, because Carl needs him, because the group needs him. But the Rick Grimes, who comes back from those weeks in the dark, is someone who has been cracked open in a way that he will never entirely close. And from that crack comes something different from what was there before. A harder knowledge, a less comfortable relationship with hope. Meanwhile, in another Georgia town entirely, something else is being built. Woodbury is a community of about 70 people living inside walls on the outskirts of a small city. They have power, they have food, they have organisation. By the standards of what everyone else has been living, Woodbury is extraordinary, almost dreamlike. It is run by a man everyone calls the governor. His real name is Philip Blake, though that stops meaning much once you spend time with him. The governor is one of television's more carefully constructed antagonists, because he's not simply evil. He is a man who was, before the world ended, fairly ordinary. He had a wife. He had a daughter named Penny. He had a job. He lost all of that, and something in him broke and rebuilt itself at an angle that makes the result recognisable and deeply wrong at the same time. He is charming. This is important, and it is easy to underestimate. When Andrea and Michonne find Woodbury after months of surviving on their own, it is genuinely warm. The governor comes to dinner. He asks about their journey. He listens. He has a way of making people feel that they are being seen, and that is a powerful thing after months of being alone. Michonne does not trust it for a single second. The women have been travelling together for months. Michonne, who the show introduces in the final episode of Season 2, walking out of the woods with a katana and 2 armless walkers on chains, has said very little about herself, but has demonstrated repeatedly that her instincts about people and danger are essentially never wrong. She looks at Woodbury and she sees the architecture of control. She looks at the governor and she sees someone performing something. Andrea wants to stay. Andrea has been through something during the winter that has left her not wanting to run anymore. She is exhausted in a way that the farm, and then the road, and then every cold night after that has made her. Woodbury feels like the end of running, and she wants that. The split between them on this question will define the rest of Andrea's story. Behind the scenes of Woodbury's pleasant face, the governor keeps a private room. Inside this room are rows of fish tanks, and inside the fish tanks are the heads of the dead, kept alive in a manner of speaking, just the heads, just the eyes and the teeth, watching. He sits in front of them in the evenings. He finds it peaceful. This is one of those details the show uses to tell you something without explaining it. And what it is telling you is that the governor has found a way to make the horror familiar, which is not the same thing as being at peace with it. His daughter Penny is in a locked room down the hall. She has turned. She has been a walker for some time. He chains her and sings to her, and tries to get her to look at him, and she will not, because she is gone. Because whatever looked out of Penny's eyes when she was alive is not in there anymore. But he cannot accept that. He loves her too much to accept that. And that love, in a person as dangerous as the governor, becomes the most dangerous thing about him. Michonne finds Penny by accident during a search. She sees a chained figure in the room and thinks she's finding a captive, and she unchains her, and then she realizes, and then the governor walks in. What follows is one of the show's most brutal confrontations. Michonne kills Penny. The governor attacks Michonne. They fight through the room, breaking the fish tanks, glass and water, and the heads of the dead all over the floor, and Michonne takes a shard of glass and drives it into the governor's eye. He loses the eye. He wears a patch over it afterward, and he becomes, following that moment, someone who has very little left to lose. There is more to say about the prison, and specifically about what the prison represented as an idea that the show spent a great deal of time developing before it was destroyed. When Rick first sees the prison from the highway, it is surrounded by walkers. The yard is full of them. The fences are sagging under their weight. And yet Rick's immediate response is not despair, but calculation. He looks at it the way he has been trained to look at things, as a professional problem solver whose profession is public safety. He sees perimeter. He sees layers of defense. He sees a building that was constructed with the specific intention of being impenetrable. The show spends the first episode of season 3 on the process of clearing the prison yard, and the reason it spends the whole episode on it rather than compressing it is because the process itself is the point. You see how much work safety actually requires. You see the group operating as a unit in a way they have never quite been able to before, because they have had enough time together now to have developed something that approaches fluency. Rick moves, Daryl covers, Maggie and Glenn take flanks, Carl and Beth keep watch. Herschel stays behind the secondary fence and calls directions. They do not have to discuss this. They have been building toward it without knowing it. The prison also introduces the concept of the council, which the group creates in season 4 after the chaos of the governor's first assault has settled. Rick, whose instinct has always been to lead, makes a deliberate and considered choice to step back. He goes to the garden. He plants things. He tells the group he is not going to be making the decisions for a while, that there needs to be a distributed structure, that no single person should have the weight of all of it. This is the most interesting political development in the show's first half, because it is Rick Grimes recognizing a limit in himself. The dictatorship, to use the word the show uses somewhat humorously, was necessary at certain moments and is not sustainable as a model for something that is trying to be a community rather than a crisis response. The council that forms is not perfect. It makes some bad decisions, but it is a genuine attempt at governance, and it lasts long enough to matter. The council is made up of Herschel, Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, Carol and Sasha. that is not a random selection. Those are the people who have, through demonstrated judgment and demonstrated investment in the community's welfare, earned a seat. Rick is not on it formally, though everyone understands that his input shapes its decisions. This separation, the leader stepping back from formal authority while retaining informal influence, is something that real communities have to navigate, and the show handles it with more sophistication than you might expect. The Flue that moves through the prison in Season 4's first half is, in retrospect, one of the show's most thoughtful extended sequences. It is not exciting. People get sick and lie in cells and die quietly, and Herschel goes from bed to bed with what medical resources he can manage. The action of it is in the caregiving, which is not the kind of action that television usually chooses to spend time on. What the Flue arc does is ask what community actually means when the crisis is not one that can be solved with a gun. You cannot shoot a pathogen. You cannot outrun it or wall it out. What you can do is care for people, which means accepting the risk that you will get sick yourself and quarantine where necessary, and keep the children away from the infected, and make the impossible triage calculations that Herschel makes every time he walks into a cell and decides who needs the next dose of medication. The Flue kills people, not as many as the governor's assault, but it kills people who were in the community and were known and were missed. Dr. S dies, several unnamed residents die. Herschel keeps working until he himself gets sick, and even then, he does not entirely stop. Sitting in his cell with his legs straight, and his Bible open and his face pale, still the calm centre, still the person people look at when they need to know that it is not entirely hopeless. He survives. He always survives until he does not. There is also the character of Michonne in the prison era that deserves more time. She has arrived from months of solo travel with her 2 walkers on chains, and she's not comfortable inside walls yet. She goes on runs into town with Rick, finding things the community needs, and the conversations in the car are the primary vehicle for the show establishing who she is and what she has been through. She lost a child. His name was Andre. He died in the early days because of a choice her then partner made, a choice she still has not fully processed. She put her partner and his friend on chains after they turned because she needed them for the same reason she needed the 2 walkers she arrived with. The dead do not attract the dead. Other walkers will not pursue you if you smell like them. Using turned people this way is a pragmatic decision that also carries something darker and more personal. A kind of refusal to let the people who failed her go entirely, which she knows and does not want to talk about. Rick is patient with her. He does not push for more than she wants to give. He also does not pretend she is given nothing when she is given something, which is rarer than it should be. He sees her. Not entirely, not yet, but he is trying. And she begins to open the door on her history, not because she is ready, but because being seen is ultimately more powerful than staying invisible, even when invisible is safer. There is also the matter of the Woodbury residents who come to the prison after the governor's massacre of his own people. He shot them. His own militia, the people who had been following him and fighting for him, he turned his guns on them when they would not follow him to finish what he started. Most of them survived by running and then had nowhere to go. Rick's group takes them in, which is not a popular decision with everyone, but which Rick makes because the alternative is leaving people who have just survived an atrocity on the road. The Woodbury residents are not all sympathetic. Some of them are scared and some of them are grateful and some of them are resentful, and at least one of them is carrying something dangerous that will surface in Season 4. But the decision to take them in is one of the prison era's defining moments of mercy, and the fact that it is made in the direct aftermath of the governor's assault, when Rick would have the most obvious justification for refusing, is what makes it worth noting. The prison is not just walls. The show keeps saying this in different ways. It is what the people inside it choose to make of the space. It is the garden Rick plants, and the school carol runs for the children, and the medical quarantine Herschel maintains, and the council meetings, and the meals in the common area. It is everything that people do when they stop just surviving and start trying to live. That is the thing the governor destroyed when he drove the tank through the fence. Not just the structure, the attempt. The period between the end of all-out war and the beginning of the Whisperer conflict is one of the show's most underappreciated stretches of storytelling, partly because it operates at a different temperature from what came before and after. After the war, the communities have survived something that should have destroyed them, and they're trying to figure out what comes next. There are saviours being integrated into the coalition communities, which produces conflicts that are less dramatic but more psychologically honest than anything that involved Negan wielding Lucille. This is what reconciliation actually looks like. Awkward, uneven, sometimes working and sometimes failing. People who lost people to the saviours working alongside former saviours who are trying to be different and not always succeeding. Daryl spends much of this period outside Alexandria. He is restless in the way that people are restless when the thing that was organising their energy is gone. The war gave him focus. The peace asks something different from him, and he is not sure he knows how to provide it. He camps in the woods. He hunts. He comes in when people need him. He is working something out that the show does not rush. Maggie is at the hilltop, and she is not okay. She is pregnant, and she lost Glenn, and she is running a community, and she is very good at running the community because Maggie Green has always been very good at the thing that is directly in front of her. But she wants Negan dead. She has wanted it since the night on the road, and Rick's mercy has not changed that wanting. It has just displaced it. She is patient in the way of someone who is waiting for the right moment rather than the way of someone who has made peace with the situation. Her son Herschel is born and named for her father, which is one of those Walking Dead moments that does not need embellishment. The Sanctuary, which was Negan's headquarters, is struggling without his leadership. The organisational structure of the Saviours was built around Negan's personality, his ability to project authority and maintain loyalty through a combination of fear and genuine charisma. Without him, the people who are most loyal to him specifically, rather than to the system he built, are finding it hard to accept the new order. The integration is fragile. There are moments where it almost collapses entirely, and Rick has to make choices that are not comfortable, and that will not look good in any history of the period. Rick himself is in an interesting position in this era. He has won the thing he was fighting for, and the cost of winning was Carl, and what he is trying to do every day is keep Carl's death from being the thing that defines the rest of his life. He is building, literally building, supervising the bridge project, but also in every other sense. He is trying to make the coalition work. He is trying to make the peace stick. He is trying to be worthy of the promise he made. He does not entirely succeed. The peace is not clean. The integration has casualties. There are moments where the Rick Grimes who made the pragmatic and terrible decisions resurfaces, where the man who made a deal in the field with Negan's line is still capable of making those deals. And the show does not pretend otherwise, but he does not give up. That is the thing about Rick Grimes in this era and in all the eras. He does not give up. The final season of this pre-bridge period includes a moment where Daryl and Rick end up in a ditch together, having fallen in while arguing about Maggie's attempt to get to Alexandria to kill Negan. And they have a conversation that is one of the show's best encapsulations of what their friendship has always been. Daryl tells Rick that he would have died for him. He says he would have died for Carl too. He says Rick has to let Carl go. Rick says if they let Negan go, they are martyring everyone who died in the war. Daryl says he never asked anyone to follow him. Rick says he never asked anyone to follow him either. Daryl says maybe he should have. They get out of the ditch together. That is all. They get out of the ditch together and they keep going. The bridge explodes. Rick disappears. Daryl stays by the river. The 6-year time jump lands us in a world where the bridge was built and named after Rick, and where Judith carries his gun, and where the communities have grown into something that is not quite the old world, but is not just survival either. It is something in between, something still being made. There is a school at Alexandria. Judith goes to it. She and the other children learn from teachers who were adults before the outbreak, and remember what education looked like. And they teach the children the mathematics of the old world, and the history of the old world, and the skills of the new one. And they do it in a building with a roof and lights and a sense that this is a normal thing, going to school, which is the most radical possible statement the show can make after 11 seasons of the opposite. Eugene has been maintaining the radio. He is still tinkering, still trying to reach beyond the coalition's range, because Eugene's answer to a problem has always been more information and more connection. He picks up static from the west. He adjusts. The static becomes a voice. "Hello," she says. "Is anyone there? Her name is Stephanie. She is in a city, a big one." It would be a mistake to leave Negan out of the longer picture, because the show's treatment of Negan over the years after All Out War is one of its most sustained and most honest character studies. He is in the cell. He has been in the cell for years. He sleeps there, and he eats there, and he has conversations through the bars with the people who come to look at him. And over time, those conversations shift from confrontational to something stranger and more honest. Michonne comes to bring him food, and he talks until she stays to listen. He is not performing. He is genuinely lonely and genuinely honest, in the way that people are honest when they have been stripped of everything they were using to maintain a persona. He tells her about his wife. He tells her about who he was before, and it does not map onto who he became, which is something he is willing to talk about but cannot quite explain. He asks about Judith. He talks about how he wanted a child and never had one, and what it would have meant to him. Michonne is disturbed by this conversation because he is saying true things, and the true things are not the things she was prepared to hear from him. Gabriel brings him food, and Negan is equally honest with Gabriel in a different register. He asks Gabriel about faith and whether Gabriel still has it after everything he has seen himself do. Gabriel does not have an easy answer to that. The question is genuine, and they both know it. Judith is the one who breaks through in the most unexpected way. She starts talking to him through the bars when she's small, because she has decided that the monster her father spared is the most interesting person in the building, and she's not afraid of interesting people. She asks him questions. He answers them honestly, which he could not do with most people, because most people do not want honest answers from him. He is patient with her. He tells her stories. He teaches her chess. He is in his cell in Alexandria, doing something that looks like making amends without calling it that. The show is careful not to redeem Negan too neatly. He did what he did. Glenn is dead. Abraham is dead. Everything that followed from that night on the road followed from his choices. Nothing he does in the cell erases that. The show does not ask you to forgive him, and does not ask Rick to forgive him, and does not ask Maggie to forgive him. But it does ask you to look at what is left of a person when you take away the power, and the bat, and the leather jacket, and the audience. And what is left of Negan is something recognisably human. Broken in specific ways and not broken in others. Capable of care as demonstrated with Judith. Capable of honesty. Capable, eventually, of killing Alpha for Carol. Which is not redemption, but is something. A choice made in the direction of the right thing. He leaves the cell during the Whisperer crisis. He goes into the woods and he finds the Whisperers, and he does the thing that Carol needed him to do. The thing that only he could do, and he comes back. He is not the same afterward. He is something more complicated than a reformed villain and less comfortable than a hero. He is a man who has been given back a piece of his agency and has used it correctly and does not know what to do with himself now. Carol gives him a motorcycle. He rides. The Walking Dead has always been, underneath the survival story and the community politics and the war arcs, a show about meaning, about what people reach for, when the structures that provided meaning have collapsed. Gabriel is the most explicit version of this. He is a priest who failed his congregation in the most fundamental way, who locked the church doors and let his people die on the steps, and who has been trying to understand how he can still be a man of God, or how there can be a God to be a man of after that. His arc across the seasons is slow and uneven, and genuinely thoughtful. He makes terrible decisions and good ones. He finds love with Rosita, and faith again, and loses the latter repeatedly, and keeps returning to it. His interpretation of what faith means changes over the course of the show in ways that track the show's own argument. Early Gabriel's faith is passive, a comfort he cannot justify. Later, Gabriel's faith is active, a practice he maintains through choice, rather than because it is easy. He picks up a gun and uses it. He sits on the council and makes decisions. He buries people and says words over them that he means. He has not resolved the original failure, but he has built something on top of it that is not nothing. Herschel's faith is presented differently. It is warm and unashamed and operates through his behaviour rather than his words. He does not talk about God frequently. He demonstrates something that people associate with faith, which is the capacity to believe in the value of things that are not guaranteed and the willingness to act as if they matter. He plants crops that might not survive to harvest. He treats injuries in a crisis that might not resolve. He keeps the community's morale through his own simple insistence on being decent. His faith in the early seasons is challenged and revised, and his later faith is more weathered and more interesting for it. He does not stop believing. He just stops believing in the same things, in the same way, which is what growth looks like. Morgan's philosophy, which is not exactly faith but functions in similar ways, is the show's most extended treatment of the question of how you find meaning in a world without obvious scaffolding. His Aikido training under Eastman gives him a framework that is part ethics and part practice, and the show takes it seriously rather than treating it as naivety. When Morgan says all life is precious, he means it, and the meaning is not simple or cost-free. It costs him every day he maintains it. The question of whether it is worth the cost is one the show refuses to answer cleanly. Ezekiel's kingdom is the most theatrical version of meaning-making in the show, the deliberate construction of a narrative framework that gives people something to believe in. He knows it is a performance. His community, mostly, does not. The show asks whether this matters, and it comes down, carefully, on the side of it being complicated. The performance protects people and gives them dignity and a sense of belonging to something. It also depends entirely on Ezekiel's ability to sustain it, which is its fragility. When Ezekiel breaks, when Henry dies, and the kingdom is lost, and Ezekiel loses Shiva and his home, and everything he built the performance around, what is left is a man who does not know who he is without the role. He finds out. He is, it turns out, someone worth being. The performance was built on something real, which is his genuine care for his community, and his genuine courage, and his genuine willingness to put himself between his people and whatever is coming. When the costume comes off, the person inside it is still that. This is, in miniature, the argument the show keeps making about meaning in general. You find it, you build it, you perform it when necessary, and if you are lucky, and if you have done the work, what you find when the performance stops is something that was true all along. One more thing that deserves attention before the ending, and that is the way The Walking Dead uses physical spaces as emotional containers. The highway outside Atlanta, where the group gets stuck in the traffic jam in Season 2, is a cemetery before it is called one. The cars and their contents tell you everything about the people who drove them here and did not drive them out. A car with children's artwork in the back window, a truck with camping equipment strapped to the roof, a minivan with a dog bowl in the passenger footwell. The show does not narrate these things, it just shows them and trusts you to understand. The farm is Eden, and it is also already over. The show knows this from the first episode there. The beauty of Herschel's land is always a little too intense, the greens a little too green, the sky a little too open, the way things are beautiful in dreams. It is not sustainable. It is the last thing that looks like before. The prison is different from every other space the show uses because it is the first space the group makes themselves. They clear it. They name the cell blocks. They plant a garden. They do schoolwork in the yard. The prison becoming home is the show's first extended argument that belonging is not about where you are, but about what you do in a place and with the people you're in it with. The graveyard outside the prison is where the show buries people with actual ceremony, which is not something that was available at the camp or on the farm. There are grave markers. There are moments where people go and stand at those markers and are quiet. The show treats this as significant because it is significant. The capacity to bury your dead properly, to mark them and remember them and come back to them, is one of the things that distinguishes a community from a collection of survivors. The prison community has graves. That means something. The road after the prison falls is not just geography. It is the show stripping the characters of everything it gave them and starting over, and the road is what that feels like. Long, uncertain, moving through a landscape that is not indifferent to you so much as it is simply not arranged for your benefit. The train tracks leading to terminus, with their regular signs and their promises, are cruel in the way that all false promises are cruel, not because they offer something impossible, but because they offer something real that turns out to require more of you than you knew. Alexandria, when the group first sees it through the gate, is the inside of a wish. It looks like the thing they have been describing to themselves in the worst moments, the thing that was supposed to still be possible. And it is real. That is the thing. It is actually there. The show does not make it a trap. It is genuinely what it looks like, a functioning community with walls and power and safety. The complication is not that Alexandria is false, but that it is insufficient, and that the people inside it do not yet know what they do not know. The Commonwealth at the end is Alexandria scaled up and made permanent, and the feeling of walking into it is the same feeling scaled up too. 50,000 people, streets and shops and orchestras and schools, all of it real, all of it there. The yearning toward it is real, and so is the wariness, because the show has spent 11 seasons teaching its audience that anything that looks too much like before carries the weight of what came before, including the parts that were not good. But it is real, and they are inside it, and the gates close behind them, and the city hums around them, and somewhere in the distance a train is moving along tracks, and children are in a schoolyard, and the world is still not what it was, and also, more than nothing was always the hope. Before the final confrontation, there is a period that the show uses to do something quietly complex with the governor's character. After Michonne takes his eye, and his people stage a failed assault on the prison, the governor retreats. He loses his composure in front of the Woodbury residents in a terrible way, ordering the massacre of his own militia when they want to go home instead of pushing the attack. He drives away from Woodbury with two of his men, Martinez and Shumpert, and camps in the field and sits in front of a fire while a walker crawls toward him from the edge of the light, and he does not react, does not move, just watches it come. His men abandon him in the night. He wakes up alone. He drives back to Woodbury and burns it to the ground. Then he walks, for months, judging by the state of him when we next see him. He just walks. He grows a beard. He stops eating regularly. He becomes someone that you would cross the street to avoid. He passes a barn with messages painted across the side, all addressed to someone named Brian Heriot, asking Brian to come home, and something about those messages, about the name, catches on something in him. He comes to a building where a family's living, two sisters, Lily and Tara Chandler, their father David, who is elderly and sick, and Lily's daughter Megan, who's about 8 years old, and has not spoken to a stranger in so long that she studies the governor for days before she decides to be curious about him. He tells them his name is Brian. What happens over the next several days is the show asking you to watch a monster try to become a person again, and the interesting question is whether it is possible. He genuinely cares for these people. He genuinely helps them. He carries David when the old man cannot walk. He plays chess with Megan. He teaches her how to avoid walkers. When David dies and turns and the governor kills him to protect the family, something in his face says that he is grieving alongside them. He leads them to a larger camp. He falls in with Martinez's group by accident, and Martinez, somewhat reluctantly, lets him stay. And then Martinez dies, which the governor engineers, and then the man who becomes leader after Martinez dies, which the governor also engineers. And you realise watching this that the peace was never actually possible. He tried. He might have genuinely tried, but the thing he has become does not know how to stop. He finds Glenn and Maggie, who have been captured in a skirmish, and he's told about the prison, and he decides that the prison is where he needs to be. The final assault on the prison happens in the cold of late autumn, and it is the show at its most structurally ambitious and emotionally costly. The governor arrives outside the prison fence with a tank and the remnants of a new community he has built up around him. He has Herschel and Michonne kneeling in front of the fence with their hands bound. He offers Rick a deal that both of them know is not a real deal. Leave the prison, take your people and go, or we take it anyway. Rick negotiates. He stands on the prison catwalk and he talks about how they do not have to fight. He talks about how there is enough room. He says the words a man says when he is trying to find the version of this where fewer people die. And as he is saying them, he looks at the people gathered behind the governor, and he can see that they do not want this fight either. And he thinks, for a moment, that it might work. Then the governor kills Herschel. He takes Michonne's katana, and he kills Herschel Green, the moral backbone of the group. The man who adjusted his beliefs when the evidence required it. The man who looked at a world full of violence and kept finding reasons to be decent. He kills him in front of everyone because Rick's speech was working and he needed it to stop working. The battle that follows is devastating. The tank goes through the fence. The walkers pour in behind it. People scatter. Beth grabs Judith and runs. Carl shoots walkers in the yard. Maggie screams for Glenn. The people from the governor's group, the ones who did not want this, run. And a woman named Lily, who is the mother of the girl Megan, who watched Megan die just minutes before, when a walker came up through the mud near where she was playing, shoots the governor in the head as he lies wounded on the ground. She does not hesitate. She has nothing left to hesitate for. Rick and Carl walk away from the prison on a country road. Rick is badly hurt from the fight with the governor. Carl walks slightly ahead of him, which is an image the show will return to. Carl is not a child anymore. He has not been a child since Sophia was in the barn. Rick keeps trying to keep some version of childhood going for him, and Carl keeps outpacing it. He is 12 years old, and he can clear a house alone, and he already knows which parts of his soul have gone hard. They take shelter in a house and Rick passes out from his injuries. Carl sits awake with a gun and waits for him to either wake up or turn. He goes out foraging alone, and he does it well. He comes back with food. He sits in the yard in the sun and eats a 13-ounce can of chocolate pudding on the roof. And it is one of the most unexpectedly moving moments in the show's run. Because he is 12, and 12-year-olds eat the pudding. Even at the end of the world, they still eat the pudding. When Rick wakes up, he looks at Carl across the room, and he says, and I am paraphrasing again, something like, I don't know what we're doing anymore. And Carl says they are not dead. Rick says maybe they should be. Carl says that he is the one who is not dead and that he does not need Rick right now. This is the relationship between them in a sentence. Carl has had to grow up because Rick has not always been available to protect him from it. And Carl loves his father and will not stop loving him, but he is also, at 12, already capable of being clear about what he can and cannot afford. Michonne finds them. She has been moving alone since the prison fell, and she has reverted briefly to what she was when Andrea found her on the road, moving with two armless walkers on chains, invisible inside the herds. She finds Rick and Carl's trail and follows it to the house. She knocks. Rick and Carl come to the door and look through the peephole and see her standing there in the morning light. Rick starts laughing. Something in him releases. They open the door. The other pieces of the group are scattered across the county. Glenn is on a bus that stops just outside the prison grounds. Alone, sick with the same flu that has been moving through the prison population for weeks. He puts on riot gear and walks back into the burning prison because Maggie was not on the bus with him. He does not know where she is. He knows she is somewhere, and he goes back in to find her. He does not find her in the prison. He does find Tara, the younger of the Chandler sisters, sitting alone in the courtyard, surrounded by bodies, in a kind of shocked stillness that is what happens after the worst possible thing happens in front of you. He offers her a hand up. She takes it. Glenn and Tara walk until they run into three strangers on the road. Abraham Ford is enormous and has a red mustache and moves through the world with the aggressive certainty of someone who has spent a long time not second-guessing themselves. Rosita Espinosa is capable and precise and has clearly been handling Abraham's certainty with a patience that suggests she is smarter than he is, which she is. Eugene Porter is heavy-set and soft-spoken and has a mullet that he will defend with great conviction. He has told Abraham that he knows what caused the outbreak and that there is a cure being worked on in Washington, D.C., and that he needs to get there. Eugene does not in fact know any of this, but that comes later. Daryl and Beth have found each other in the chaos and are making their way through the woods with very little in common and a great deal of time to fill. Beth is 17 and has spent most of her life on a farm and then in a prison and has never really had the chance to be 17. Daryl is 30-something and has spent most of his life being made to feel like he takes up too much space and is slowly, reluctantly, learning that this is not true. They are an odd pair and they are also, in a way, exactly what each of them needs. There is a night where they find an abandoned house and Beth wants to have her first drink of alcohol and Daryl takes her to a place that has the worst moonshine either of them will ever taste. They drink it and they play a drinking game where you have to say something true about the other person, and it goes badly, as drinking games where you say true things often do. They argue. Beth cries. Daryl does not comfort her because he does not know how to comfort someone, and he does not apologize because he does not know how to do that either. Then later, they burn the house down. Not accidentally, on purpose. They stand in the clearing watching it burn, and Daryl lights a handful of paper money and throws it into the fire, and they give the middle finger to all of it. To the house, to the life they might have had, to the thing that made Beth feel like she was not allowed to fall apart. They are then separated by people from a camp called Terminus, which is drawing survivors in from across the region with promises of food and safety. Carol and Tyrese and baby Judith are together. Carol, who has changed almost more than any other character since the first season, has been functioning as the group's shadow operative for some time. She made a decision at the prison when a flu was killing people and she was trying to keep it from spreading that resulted in her killing 2 sick people before they could spread the disease further. Rick found out and exiled her from the group for it. She was on the road alone when the prison fell, and she has since found her way back to people who need her. Tyrese does not know what Carol did. He was close to one of the people she killed. He does not know she was exiled either. He just knows she is there and that she is capable and that Judith is alive because of her. They are travelling with 2 sisters, Lizzie and Mika. Lizzie is about the same age Carl was when the show started, which is to say she is old enough to understand what the world is, but she has understood it in a way that is not quite right. She does not think the walkers are dead. She thinks they're different. She calls them her friends. She thinks of the people they used to be, not as gone, but as somewhere else, and the things walking around in those bodies as something that she does not want to hurt. What happens with Lizzie is one of the hardest things the show does in its entire run. It does not need to be described in detail, but Carol in the end makes a decision in a flower meadow that she will carry for the rest of her life. She does it gently. She does it the only way that love can do a thing like that. She tells Mika to look at the flowers. She stands behind Lizzie, and she does what has to be done. Look at the flowers is not a sentence you ever forget once you have heard it that way. Maggie and Sasha and Bob Stookie have been heading toward Terminus along a set of train tracks that someone has stenciled with directions at regular intervals. The signs say, Terminus, Sanctuary for all, Community for all. Those who arrive survive. Maggie keeps moving because Glenn is somewhere behind her, and she knows that if he is alive, he will follow the signs. She is right about that, he does. They all converge on Terminus eventually, and Terminus is not what the signs promised. The first thing you notice about Terminus is how clean it is. The buildings are painted, there are gardens. A woman named Mary is standing over a grill in the sunlight, tending to what appears to be an open-air barbecue, and she looks up as the group approaches and smiles and says, "Welcome home. You have made it to Terminus. Let me get you a plate." There is something wrong. The show tells you this through small details the way it often does before anyone says anything. Rick notices, as they are being welcomed and led inside, that a man they pass is wearing a watch that belonged to Herschel. Another man has the riot gear poncho that Glenn was wearing. The details do not add up. The warmth does not match the things you're seeing if you look carefully enough. Rick signals to the group, and they position themselves for a fight. But they are already inside, and Terminus knows this, and the people who run this place are not surprised by the guns, because they have done this before. The group is herded into a train car at gunpoint, one by one, from rooftop to yard to the end of the track. When the door closes, they are in the dark, and then they hear other voices, and then a light comes on, and they find Glenn and the others already there. The train car is not the plan. The train car is temporary. What Terminus does with people it catches is something that takes a bit longer, and when the show reveals it, it does so in such a matter-of-fact way that it lands harder than a dramatic announcement would have. Terminus is a cannibalistic community. The people who run it were not always this. That is something the show does take the time to establish. Before everything went wrong, Terminus was genuinely what it advertised. A safe place, a community, a place where people were welcome. And then a group of men arrived and took it by force and did terrible things. And when the people who built it eventually took it back, they were not the same people who built it. They had done things to survive those months. They had eaten things. And once you have crossed a line like that, the calculus of what is acceptable does not return to where it was. Gareth, who leads Terminus, is the most interesting version of a Walking Dead villain in this regard because he has a philosophy. He is not chaotic. He is not cruel for the pleasure of it. He has constructed, with some care, a system of belief that justifies what he does in terms of the survival of his people. The world produces resources, and those resources include people, and that is just the truth of what the world is now. He says these things in a conversational tone. He is rational about them. He is charming in the same unsettling way. The governor was charming, but where the governor's charm covered something fractured and emotional, Gareth's covers something that is very, very organised. The group escapes during a Walker herd breach that Carol engineers from outside the fence. Carol's entrance through the burning chaos of Terminus's perimeter is one of the show's great character moments, in part because of how far she has come from the woman who stood in the background on the farm. She covers herself in Walker guts and walks through the herd in the dark, and she fires a flare into a gas tank and she does all of it methodically and without fuss. The farm version of Carol would not have been able to imagine doing any of this. The Carol who stood here in the fire and smoke, and the blood had been built, piece by piece, by everything the world had done to her. The group reunites outside the burning fence. Daryl and Carol see each other, and he says hey, and she says hey, and that is essentially it. They hug. He holds on. That is all. The Terminus people, led by Gareth, track the group to a church where they have taken shelter with a man named Father Gabriel Stokes. Father Gabriel is one of the show's most compelling examples of a character whose backstory is worse than you think, until you understand it completely, at which point it is worse still. He is a priest who survived the outbreak because he locked himself inside his church. The congregation that came to his door in those first terrible days, his flock, the people he was supposed to serve, he did not open the door for them. He stood inside and listened to them die. He has been living with that for months. The church is surrounded by the marks they left, the desperate scratches in the walls and the doors, and he cleans them off and they come back because the marks are deeper than the paint. He can clean the surface all he wants. The record is in the wood. He lets the group in because they give him no choice, and then he becomes part of them because he has nowhere else to go, and nothing else he deserves, in his own accounting of things. Gareth and the remaining Terminus survivors find them. They are called the Hunters, and they are methodical about it, tracking the group through the woods. One night they take Bob, who has been bitten and knows he is already dying, and they cut off his leg and cook it and eat it. And when they bring Bob back to the church and dump him outside, he is laughing. He is laughing because they do not know yet that he has been bitten, which means they have been eating tainted meat. He finds this funny in the specific way that people find things funny when they have nothing left to lose. Rick ends the Hunter problem with the same efficiency and lack of sentimentality he uses for most serious threats. He lures them into the church with Carol's help, and then, true to a promise he made, the group ends it in the dark with machetes and whatever else is at hand. Gareth, in his last moments, still tries to negotiate. Rick shuts that down. It is not a pleasant scene. The show does not try to make it one, but it is honest about what the cost of mercy sometimes looks like, which is the difference between this show and one that just wanted to put something on screen that looks like action. After the church, a hospital. This is where Beth has ended up. Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta is run by a group of police officers who have established their own order in the chaos. They save people, in theory. They pull them from danger. But there is a cost. If they save you, you owe them work. The debt never quite goes to zero. The system has calcified into something like servitude, and the woman who runs it, a woman named Dawn Lerner, has convinced herself that this is temporary, that the real world is coming back, that when help eventually arrives, all of this will make sense. Dawn is not the worst person the show has produced. She is something more interesting, which is a person who has made compromises so gradually that she can no longer see clearly which compromises were necessary and which were choices. She is holding on to an idea of herself as someone maintaining order until order is restored, and the fact that order is not being restored and is not going to be restored is something she cannot look at directly. Beth, who has been at Grady long enough to understand the system, is trying to work her way out of it. She helps other patients. She talks to Dawn. She's learning the place the way she learned everything, by watching and listening and waiting for the opening. The group finds out where she is through connections with a police officer named Noah who escaped Grady, and a negotiation is arranged. Hostages will be exchanged. 2 officers the group has captured in exchange for Beth and Carol, who was brought in unconscious after an accident near the hospital. The exchange happens in a long corridor, and it goes almost correctly. Beth has a small pair of scissors she has been carrying. In the final moment of the exchange, she stabs Dawn with them. Dawn shoots her. Rick shoots Dawn, and Beth is gone. She is gone before anyone has time to understand. what has happened. Daryl, who was standing right there, catches her and carries her out of the hospital, and Maggie, who was coming up the steps at the same moment to finally find her sister, sees him carrying her and falls down. She just falls down. This death hit people hard in a way that surprised the show's own writers, by some accounts. Beth had become something over the second half of the season. The girl who used to sing on the porch at Herschel's farm had grown into someone with a specific kind of courage. Not Rick's courage, or Daryl's courage, which are oriented around action. Beth's courage was oriented around feeling. She kept feeling things even when feeling things was dangerous. That is not a small thing. They bury her near the hospital and they drive away, and there is almost no talking. Then there is a new road. Aaron finds the group. He has been scouting for new members for a community called the Alexandria Safe Zone, a neighborhood in Northern Virginia that has been walled off and reinforced and has been functioning relatively well for about a year. He wants to take them there. He has photographs. He has a car full of supplies that he offers freely. He is earnest in a way that reads to Rick as a possible trap. Rick takes the job of trying to catch Aaron in a lie and cannot do it. Aaron is just telling the truth. Alexandria is real. The first thing Rick's group does when they get to Alexandria is not move in. They stand outside the walls and listen. This is something Rick had developed a habit of by this point in the show, listening to a place before entering it, trying to hear what it is underneath what it says it is. Alexandria sounds from outside the walls like a neighborhood, like normal, like cut grass and children and someone somewhere cooking dinner. And the group stands there in their dirty clothes with their dirty faces and their weapons, and something in that scene is heartbreaking, without the show having to do anything but let you look at it for a moment. They go in. They are met by Deanna Monroe, who is filming everything on a small camera. She is documenting the community, its members, what they say and do, because she was a congresswoman from Ohio before the outbreak, and she has not stopped believing that process matters, that records matter, that how you make decisions matters, even when no one is watching. The interviews she does with the group are fascinating in retrospect because of how honest they are. Rick says, when asked if there is anything he would say to the rest of the community, that he would tell them the community needs to be ready for threats, and he is not sure it is. He says this calmly and he says it directly, and Deanna writes something down and keeps filming. Alexandria is beautiful. The houses are intact. The power is solar. There is a greenhouse. There are teenagers doing teenager things. There is a man named Pete Anderson, who is the community's doctor, and who greets newcomers with handshakes and a warm professional manner. There is a pantry and a bulletin board, and a community of people who have held things together with, in some cases, only a vague understanding of how bad it could have been. This is the fault line on which the Alexandria arc runs, the gap between what this community knows about the world and what Rick's group knows about the world. The Alexandria residents are, for the most part, decent people who made it this far, through a combination of luck and the walls, and the facts that they got organised early. They have not had to do many of the things Rick's group has done to survive. They have not had to make the choices Carol made or the choice Rick made with Shane in the field, and as a result, they look at Rick's group and they see something unsettling, something hard-edged, something that has, in the language of the world before, been through things. Rick's group looks at Alexandria and sees somewhere worth protecting. They also see a gap between its defences and what is actually out there, and that gap worries them. The tension builds through character interactions. Carol, with extraordinary deliberateness, makes herself invisible inside Alexandria. She bakes cookies, she wears cardigans, she joins the housewives for wine and friendly conversation, and she listens to everything and says very little, and is, behind the careful performance, still the most dangerous person in any given room. She tells Rick at one point that the people of Alexandria are children, and children like stories, and she is not being cruel about it. She is being strategic. The story Alexandria needs is that Rick's group is no different from anyone else. Normal people who are happy to be here and intend to integrate smoothly. That story buys them time. Glenn and Maggie settle in. They find a house. Glenn begins to work out what kind of person he is inside walls, which is slightly different from who he was outside them. He is still Glenn, which means he still does the things that need doing, but there is a version of normal life available here that has not been available for a long time, and he and Maggie allow themselves to want it. Daryl does not settle in. He stays outside the walls as much as possible, helping Aaron and his partner Eric with recruitment runs, preferring the road to the neighbourhood, preferring to keep moving to standing still. He has not been inside walls long enough to trust them, and something in him suspects that the moment you trust a wall is the moment something gets over it. Rick falls for a woman named Jessie Anderson. Jessie is Pete's wife. She has a gentle manner and 2 boys, Ron and Sam, and she makes art out of found objects in her garage. She and Rick have several conversations over the weeks following arrival that are characterised by a careful honesty, 2 people being more real with each other than is quite safe in public, and something between them grows. Rick realises that Pete is hurting Jessie, the bruises she covers, the way her boys move around their father, the way Sam, the younger one, builds a kind of emotional shelter around himself by asking Carol for cookies in the middle of the night and will not tell anyone why he needs the company. Rick goes to Deanna about Pete. Deanna tells him she knows. She tells him that Pete is the community's only doctor and that she has made the calculation that his usefulness outweighs the cost. Rick does not accept this. He says there is a way to handle this, and it involves removing Pete from the situation, and it needs to happen now. Deanna says they handle things differently here. She means they handle things in the way the world used to handle things, with process and patience and institutions. Rick has not believed in those things since the CDC. The confrontation between Rick and Pete happens on the street in front of the neighbourhood, and it is not clean. It is 2 men fighting in front of other people, and Rick's knife coming out, and Rick with blood on his face holding a gun and asking, in a voice that is past caring, about whether it is rational, if anyone wants to know what happens, if they do not start taking the real world seriously. Michonne knocks him out from behind. She does it not because she disagrees with Rick about the substance of what he is saying, but because she understands that sometimes being right is not enough, and you have to be right in a way that the people listening can hear, and a man with a gun and blood on his face is not the instrument of persuasion you want in this moment. The next day there is a meeting to decide what to do about Rick. Most of the group argues for him. Maggie goes to Deanna. Reg, Deanna's husband, talks about civilization and the choices that make it possible. Deanna has not decided yet. But before the meeting can reach a conclusion, Pete shows up drunk and with a machete, and in the struggle, Reg is killed. Deanna, standing over her dead husband, looks at Rick and says, "Do it." Rick shoots Pete. This is how Rick Grimes becomes the head of security for the Alexandria safe zone, which is not what he was going for, but is something he can work with. That same night, beyond the walls, Morgan Jones arrives. Morgan has been travelling since King County, and he has travelled a long way and changed considerably. He has found, in the intervening years, a philosophy. He was taught by a man in a clearing, a man named Eastman, who lived alone with his goat and practiced Aikido, and had come to believe, after something terrible that happened to him, that all life is precious. Eastman's lesson is one of the show's few extended flashbacks, and it is worth spending a moment with, because it is offered not just as backstory, but as argument. The show is genuinely thinking, through Morgan, about whether it is possible to hold on to a principle of non-violence in a world that keeps asking you to be violent. Morgan arrives in Alexandria to find Rick. They hug in the dark outside the gate, and it is a good scene. 2 men who started together at the very beginning, reconnecting in the ruins, and you can feel the years between them. The wolves arrive shortly after. They are a group with W's carved into their foreheads, a practice that refers to something about wolves and territory, and they are chaotic and brutal and without apparent ideology beyond the destruction of things that are built. They move through Alexandria in a daytime raid, killing everyone they can reach. Morgan fights them with his staff. Several Alexandrians die. Morgan captures one of the wolves, a man named Owen, and locks him in a cell in the house he is staying in, because Morgan does not kill if he can avoid it. He believes that people can change. Whether Morgan is right about Owen is one of the season's threads. Owen is dangerous. Owen has, from what we learn, been taking people apart for some time. But there is something in him that is not entirely closed, and in the chaos of the later Walker siege, when Alexandria is overrun with the dead and Morgan's captured, Wolf escapes. Owen makes a choice that costs him his life and protects a woman named Denise from the herd. Whether that means he changed is ambiguous. The show tends to be honest about the ambiguity of these questions. The Walker herd that overruns Alexandria comes from a quarry nearby that Rick had found and was managing, using the Alexandrian community to maintain the blockade. The plan fails and the herd flows out, and the walls of Alexandria cannot stop it. Rick's group, in the dark of the night, cuts open walkers and smears themselves with the inside of the dead, and then they walk out into the street, and they join the herd and they move through it toward the gate. Carl holds Judith. Sam holds his mother Jessie's hand. The group moves as slowly and evenly as they can, trying not to draw attention from the thousands of walkers moving with them. Sam begins to whisper, "Mom, Mom." He is 8 years old, and he's terrified, and his mother cannot do anything except keep walking. The walkers around them start to turn. Jessie is taken. Ron, seeing his mother die, turns his gun on Rick. Carl is shot in the eye. Carl loses an eye and gains a scar and spends weeks recovering, and the weeks that he spends recovering are the weeks that transform Alexandria. Because while Carl is unconscious in the clinic, and Rick is sitting beside him, holding his hand and talking to him, even though he cannot hear, the people of Alexandria go out into the herd. Not Rick's group, not the people who knew how to do this. The Alexandrians, the residents, the ones who had been behind the walls. They go out with weapons, and they fight. Rick comes out to find them already at it, and he joins them, and somehow the street gets cleared. This is what Alexandria can become. That is what the scene is saying. These are people who could not have done this 6 months ago. They are doing it now. Carl, when he wakes up, is missing an eye. He is 14. He looks at his father and says, "We can do it. You said a while back that we didn't deserve to be in a place like this. You were wrong. We do." Rick looks at his son with one eye and sees everything that has happened, and everything that might still happen, and he gets up and he starts planning. The world of The Walking Dead, for most of its first 3 seasons, is very small. It is the size of a campsite, a farm, a prison, a few miles of Georgia highway. The characters' understanding of what is out there is limited to what they have directly encountered, which is a great deal of death, and a few other survivors, and nothing that looks like it is going to last. Then a man named Jesus appears out of nowhere, and does a backflip off a truck, and the world gets considerably larger. His full name is Paul Rovia, but everyone calls him Jesus, which he accepts with a kind of gentle self-deprecation that suggests he has been through this reaction many times. He is fast and quiet and capable, and has an intelligence that works sideways, coming at problems from unexpected angles. He is also the first person in a long time to genuinely surprise Rick, which is not easy to do. Jesus has been watching the Alexandria group for a while. He wants to meet them. He represents a community called the Hilltop Colony, which is about a day's drive away, and the community wants to open up trade relations with other settlements. He has been looking for the right people to approach, and Rick's group, from what he has observed, are the right people. The hilltop is built around a large house on a hill in a rural Virginia setting, and it has walls and residents and a population of about 200 people. The man who runs it is named Gregory, and Gregory is one of the show's finest exercises in what you might call calibrated uselessness. He is not a villain. He is not a threat. He is simply a man who rose to the top of a social structure by being politically skilled and who has absolutely none of the qualities required to keep people alive in a collapsing world. He is vain. He is self-interested. He is the kind of man who knows which fork to use at dinner and cannot put down a walker. He is, in other words, exactly what happens to certain kinds of leadership when institutions disappear and survival becomes the metric. But Gregory is not actually the problem. The problem is a group called the Saviours and their leader, a man named Negan. The hilltop has been paying tribute to the Saviours for months. They give up half of everything they produce, and in exchange the Saviours do not destroy them. This is framed by the Saviours as a service, protection, order. Negan calls it a tax. Gregory calls it a necessary arrangement. The hilltop farmers who do the actual growing and harvesting and dyeing know what it really is. Rick's group hears this and makes a decision. They will deal with the saviour problem in exchange for food and medicine from the hilltop. It is the first trade negotiation of the apocalypse, and it is, in retrospect, also the inciting event of a war. The deal is agreed. Rick and about a dozen people from Alexandria attack a saviour outpost at night and kill everyone inside. They do it carefully and efficiently, and they believe, which is a misunderstanding the show builds very deliberately, that they have dealt with the problem. They have dealt with one outpost. The saviours have dozens. Negan has hundreds of people. The group that hit the outpost has just declared war on an organisation they profoundly underestimated. Before we get to the consequences of that, it is worth spending time with the kingdom. Carol finds it by accident. She's been wounded in a confrontation with a saviour group on the road. The confrontation during which she also kills everyone involved because Carol is Carol, and she is too hurt to keep moving. She falls in the road. She is found by two men in armour on horseback. The armour is actual plate armour. Scavenged, modified, beaten into shape from sheet metal and leather, but actual medieval-looking plate armour. And the two men in it are part of a community called the Kingdom, which operates from a large school in the outskirts of a mid-sized Virginia town, and whose leader is a man named Ezekiel who has a tiger. The tiger is real. Her name is Shiva. She was Ezekiel's before the outbreak. He was a zookeeper, and when the world ended he did not leave her, and she did not leave him. She sits beside him like a very large and very dangerous dog, and she is devoted to him in a way that is clear and straightforward and has no agenda. She is possibly the show's most uncomplicated character. Ezekiel himself is complicated. He speaks in a formal, elevated register that sounds like a king from a historical film, and he does it completely naturally, and it is very effective. His community loves and respects him. The formality is not mockery. It is, as he explains to Carol in a private conversation she presses him into having, a performance that he understood early in the outbreak was necessary. He was an actor. He did children's theatre. He knew how to project character, and he understood, watching civilization come apart, that people needed a story and a symbol to hold on to. They needed to believe in something. So he gave them Ezekiel, king of the kingdom, with his tiger and his court, and it worked. His community thrives. His people believe in themselves because they believe in him. Carol finds this almost unbearably interesting. She is herself one of the most dedicated performers of false personhood in the group's history. She spent all those months in Alexandria performing the harmless housewife, and here is a man who built an entire community on a performance. They understand each other immediately. There is no sentimentality in the mutual understanding, which is partly why they work. Carol spends some time living alone outside the kingdom's walls, in a small house on the edge of its territory, trying to separate from the violence that she knows she is capable of and that she cannot entirely control. She has killed a lot of people. Not all of them were threats at the time she killed them. She carries this. The season lets her carry it without resolving it quickly, which is the honest thing to do. Ezekiel comes to visit her regularly. He brings her fruit and vegetables from the kingdom's gardens. They talk. He stops performing around her, which is the highest compliment he can offer. She starts coming back into herself, which means back into someone who chooses to be in the world rather than outside it. Morgan is at the kingdom too. Morgan has been doing something remarkable in the years since King County, which is to survive a genuinely apocalyptic world as a pacifist. He carries his staff. He is extraordinarily skilled with it. He protects himself and the people around him without killing. And this is not presented as naivety. It is presented as a genuinely difficult practice that requires constant effort and that has costs. The show is fair to Morgan's position in a way that it would have been easier not to be. His worldview is not obviously wrong. It just sits in constant tension with the world he is living in. Benjamin is a young man at the kingdom who attaches himself to Morgan as a student. He is good-natured and eager and wants to learn. Morgan teaches him. This is the kind of storyline that tells you what's going to happen before it happens, because the show does not give a character that much warmth and that much specific attention unless something is coming. Benjamin dies in the crossfire of a saviour encounter. It is quick and stupid and entirely avoidable, and Morgan, who has been holding his non-violence position against the world's pressure for a very long time, feels something break. The alliance between Alexandria, the hilltop, and the kingdom is assembled through conversations and negotiations and arguments about risk. Maggie, who has become the effective leader of the hilltop after Gregory's increasingly obvious inadequacy, pushes for it. Ezekiel is cautious, but comes around. Rick argues for it from the first meeting. What holds it back is fear, which is reasonable. The Saviors are large and organised and have been sustaining their control for years. Taking on something that size requires everything going right. Meanwhile, the Saviors have been getting inside their walls. Eugene is taken. Eugene made the bullet that Rosita used in her failed attempt on Negan's life, which Negan somehow found charming after his initial fury about Lucille being shot. And he takes Eugene back to the sanctuary because someone who can make bullets from scratch is genuinely useful. Eugene at the sanctuary is one of the show's most uncomfortable subplots because his adaptation is so thorough. He takes to the sanctuary's culture, its point system, its hierarchies. He eats well. He has projects. He tells the women Negan has collected that he is Negan when they ask his name, which is the sanctuary's standard form of loyalty oath, and the show makes you watch him say it and wonder whether he means it. He is performing. He's also possibly being changed by the performance. Both can be true. Often they are. The war builds. It spills across multiple episodes and multiple communities and involves moving parts that the show sometimes struggles to track. But at its centre is a straightforward question. Can a group of people who started as 30 survivors on a highway actually bring down something like the Saviors? Can people who have been surviving improvise their way to victory against something that has been organised and operational for years? The answer, as it turns out, has everything to do with what Rick's group has always had that the Saviors do not. There is a tendency, when talking about long-running shows with large casts, to organise the story around the central figures and mention the others in passing. The Walking Dead did not always serve its secondary characters well, but the best of them earned a more complete accounting than any overview tends to give them. Tyrese Williams arrived at the prison with his sister Sasha and a small group of strangers, and his introduction established him as someone large and soft and carrying a depth of feeling that the show sometimes struggled to find enough room for. He was, before the outbreak, something in the professional world. a detail that quickly became irrelevant because the world the outbreak left had different metrics. What mattered about Tyrese was the scale of his empathy, which was disproportionate to the world he was living in, and which the show understood was a quality worth examining rather than discarding. He did not want to kill. He was extraordinarily capable of it, physically, as a man of his size with a hammer and enough space, but he did not want to. He formed attachments quickly and kept them. He loved Karen, one of the prison's residents, and she was among those Carol killed to prevent the spread of the flu, and his grief at that was the deep, uncomplicated grief of someone who had not built defences against it. He tried to maintain a moral position in the prison community's conflicts that was not naivety, but was also not hard enough for the world it was operating in. His death is 1 episode long, Season 5, Episode 3, and it is the show at its most formally ambitious. He is bitten while alone in a house during a mission. He does not tell the others immediately. He has visions. He sees people who have died. Beth, the governor. Martin, a terminus survivor he let live, and who came back to be a threat. He sees Bob. He sees Lizzie and Mika. They speak to him. They argue with him about things he has been arguing with himself about for months. The episode is built like a dream. Not a nightmare, exactly, but a dream with weight. The kind of dream you have when your body is fighting something and your mind is not entirely in control. The visions represent the ongoing argument Tyrese has been having with himself about whether his fundamental gentleness is a liability in this world or something worth protecting in this world, and the episode refuses to resolve it cleanly. He dies. He was bitten on the arm, and they amputate it too late, and he dies on the floor of that house. His death is the show's argument that some of the best people the apocalypse produces do not survive it. Not because they're not good enough, but because goodness is not armor. It is something else. It is worth something else. Sasha Williams, his sister, is the counter-argument. Where Tyrese felt everything and could not always channel it productively, Sasha locked things down. She was precise and controlled and extraordinarily capable in situations that required sustained attention and calm. She was a sniper. She was someone who could maintain stillness under pressure longer than most people could maintain anything. This precision cost her something, as precision always does, which is the ability to let the grief out in ways that do not damage things. After Tyrese, she was not okay. After Bob, who she loved, and who died of the terminus bite while she was still understanding that she loved him, she was not okay. She slept in pits. She started fights with walkers that were not entirely survival behaviour. The show follows her unravelling, not as a failure, but as the natural physics of a person who has been holding too much together for too long and is finally running out of the strength to hold it. What she finds eventually is purpose with the hilltop and then with the group's move against the saviours. She has something to aim at. That is what she needed, and what the show gives her, not peace, which was not available, but direction. Her death, in the coffin, is the death she chose. The specifics of it, the pill, the timing, the decision to go out as something active, rather than something done to her, are Sasha being exactly who she always was. Controlled, precise, on her own terms. Abraham Ford entered the story with an energy so large it almost seemed performative, but was not. He was genuinely like that. He was a soldier who had been, before the world ended, a man whose family had survived the first days of the outbreak, and then been so frightened of him, of what they had seen him do to protect them, that they had left. He had found them. They were dead. He had been lying in a road when Eugene found him, and told him about Washington and the mission had, functionally, saved Abraham's life in the same way that missions have always saved soldiers' lives, by giving them something to point themselves at. He was funny and enormous and occasionally insufferable, and genuinely brave in the specific, uncomplicated way of people who have decided they're going to die anyway and have therefore removed fear from most of their calculations. He and Rosita were together for a long time, and then he fell for Sasha, and it cost him Rosita, who did not deserve the way he handled it, and he and Sasha had something real and brief and ending before it could be anything else. The night on the road he did not look away. This detail that Abraham Ford met Negan's bat without closing his eyes is something that people who loved the character remember. He was not peaceful about it. His last words were to Sasha, not a comfort but a farewell, the kind a soldier gives who has known all along that this was always where it was going. Then there is the Morales family, which most people have forgotten by the time the show brings them back in Season 8, and all of which is relevant to the theme of how the apocalypse changes people. Morales was in the original camp. He left with his family to go to Birmingham, which was where his people were, and the show spent years not explaining what happened to them. In Season 8, Rick finds Morales in a saviour outpost. His family did not make it to Birmingham, or they made it and Birmingham did not make it, and Morales, without his family, without the specific people who were his reason for moving in the first place, found the saviours and found in their structure something that held him together. He is pointing a gun at Rick when Daryl kills him. He has been pointing a gun at Rick for long enough that the conversation between them establishes, in brief and specific terms, that both men made choices in the chaos of the early days, and both men became someone different because of those choices, and the particular difference between them is not intelligence or skill or even luck, but the people they happened to end up with. Rick ended up with people who built something. Morales ended up with people who took things. Neither man chose this entirely. Both men became it anyway. There is also the question of what happened to the children, the ones who were children at the beginning of the show and survived to become adults in it. Carl Grimes is the central figure here, and we have spoken of him at length. But Enid, who came to Alexandria as a teenager, who had survived alone for months after watching her parents die through a car window, and who dealt with this by carving JSS into everything she could find, because that was her rule, just survive somehow, grew into someone who chose to stop just surviving and start actually being somewhere. The hilltop, Glenn and Maggie, people who would grieve her if she was gone, which was the specific thing she'd been trying to avoid because she knew from experience how much that cost. That she dies in the Commonwealth Ark, in the chaos of Sebastian's disaster, alongside Alden, with whom she had built something. She is 20-something. She had barely started. Henry, who Carol adopted after his family died, was given a specific role by the show, and he filled it well. He was the person who sat with Lydia and talked to her like she was a person, rather than a hostage, which was what she needed, and what it cost was that it opened him to the Whisperers in a way he could not have seen coming. His death is one of the heads on Alpha's border, and it is not a death the show prepares you for, which is part of its effect. He was trying to do the right thing, and the Whisperers were using right things as weapons. And then there is Judith Grimes, who is not a secondary character, so much as she is the culmination of the show's argument. She was born in a prison corridor during a Walker breach. She grew up with Rick's gun, and Carl's hat, and Michonne's lessons, and Daryl's particular kind of love that never says itself but is constant. She learned to fight, and to read, and to lead, and to grieve, all in a world that was already ruined before she had words for what ruined meant. She says, in the show's final voiceover, that the people who came before made mistakes, that they did terrible things, that they also built something and loved people and tried to leave more than they took. She is not naive about any of it. She grew up in the evidence of it. She's also not cynical, which is the harder thing, which is the thing the show spent 11 seasons arguing was still possible. She carries the hat. She gives it to RJ when the time comes. The line continues. Television memory is not primarily about the big events. Ask someone who watched The Walking Dead for a long time what they remember, and you will get the big events, yes, But you will also get things like the chocolate pudding, the Cherokee Rose, Dale's watch, Glenn's voice on the tank radio, Daryl's wings vest, Michonne eating cereal, Judith's laugh. The show understood, particularly in its best seasons, that the small moments are what make the large ones possible. The large moments need weight, and the weight comes from all the small things that build toward them. The accumulated, ordinary details of daily life inside the apocalypse that make you understand that these are real people and that what happens to them matters. Some of these moments are funny. The Walking Dead has always been funnier than its reputation suggests. Eugene's constant, slightly wrong use of vocabulary, Daryl's complete bewilderment at the idea of having to clean things, Glenn's face when things go unexpectedly sideways in plans that he thought were solid, Abraham's reaction to most situations, which is to become more Abraham. The show needs the humour not as relief from the tension, but as evidence of humanity. People who can still find things funny are people who are still here in the fullest sense. Some of the small moments are about food, which is one of the show's most consistent ways of marking the passage of time and the quality of life at any given point. In the first season, at the camp, there is a fish fry that is genuinely joyful. People sitting around a fire and eating and talking about nothing. And that fish fry is maybe the last moment the show gives us of purely uncomplicated pleasure. After that, food is always either scarce or a measure of luxury. The Saviour's tribute system is about food and half of everything, and the fundamental indignity of having someone else decide whether your community eats. The Commonwealth has restaurants. The distance between those two things is the distance the story travels. Some of the small moments are about the relationships that the show builds slowly and quietly alongside the louder plot. Glenn and Maggie's relationship is not primarily a romantic subplot. It is the most complete depiction in the show of what it means to build a life with someone, while the world is trying to prevent you from building anything. They meet in a pharmacy, and they are attracted to each other, and they become partners in the specific way that two capable people become partners when their capabilities complement rather than duplicate each other. Maggie is decisive, and Glenn is creative. Maggie is willing to be ruthless when necessary, and Glenn is reluctant to be ruthless even when it is necessary. Together, they are better than either alone, which is what partnership is supposed to be. The show gives them quiet moments, too. Glenn bringing Maggie things on supply runs that she mentioned once, and he remembered. Maggie watching Glenn from across a prison yard with a specific expression that is not performed for anyone, and is therefore more real than anything that is performed. Their conversations in the dark after hard days, which the show does not always let us hear, but which we know are happening because of the way they are with each other when morning comes. Their farewell, his farewell, is "I will find you," which is what Glenn says when the bat comes down the second time, speaking to her across that field with whatever he has left. And what he is saying is not that death is not real. He is saying that wherever he is going, she is still the direction. This is the scale at which The Walking Dead operates when it is at its best. Not the large historical movements, or the battle tactics, or even the survivor communities with their politics and their walls. The scale where it is best is the scale of one person speaking to one other person across the worst possible distance, and what they choose to say, and what it means that they are still choosing. Dale's watch. Dale winds his watch every day. Someone asks him why in the camp in the early days, when the world has so obviously stopped in a way that makes clocks irrelevant. He tells a story about why time matters, why keeping track of it is not about knowing what time it is, but about insisting that time continues, that the universe does not end at the walls of the camp, that things are still moving forward even when it is very hard to see how they could be. He is not right about everything. He is not sharp enough in certain ways for the world the show is building. He believes in people at a level that makes him vulnerable to them in ways he cannot protect himself from. He dies because of this, in a field in the dark, because he trusted the wrong person's capacity for change. He is wrong about the person, but he is not wrong about the principle. The principle is why the show keeps making new characters who share it. The principle is why Judith carries the hat. Keep track of time. Keep track of what matters. Keep moving forward. That is the instruction. That is what all of it has been about. Before we talk about the war, we have to talk about the night on the road. It is the Season 6 finale and the Season 7 premiere, and it is one of the most widely discussed scenes the show ever produced. Rick's group has been caught. They are kneeling in a field in the dark, in a line, and around them in the firelight are dozens of saviors. They have been herded here through a series of encounters designed to exhaust and confuse them, and they are disarmed and on their knees, and they have had, for maybe the first time since the show started, the experience of being completely out of options. Then Negan walks out of the dark. Negan is played by Jeffrey Dean Morgan, with the specific quality of someone who is having a genuinely good time, and knows it, and wants you to know it too. He is enormous, and he moves through the space as if he owns it, because in that moment he does. He is wearing a leather jacket. He is carrying a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire, which he has named Lucille, and he treats the name as if it is a normal thing to have named a weapon, which it is not, but Negan does not care. He has been doing this long enough that he can afford not to care. He talks for a very long time. That is the first thing you notice. He talks and talks, wandering around the line, noting who has their eyes down and who does not, narrating the situation for his own amusement and for the purpose of making everyone else understand exactly who is in charge here. He is not angry. He is not performing anger the way the governor sometimes did. He is, instead, making a point. He is trying to teach. He genuinely believes, with the conviction of someone who has been right about this for several years, that his system works and that these people who have been killing his people and taking his things are going to be much better off once they understand how it works. The lesson is going to require a demonstration. He explains the rules. He will pick someone. It is going to happen. He does not want it to happen any more than is necessary. But it has to happen because the previous attempts to get these particular people's attention have not worked, and he needs their attention. The bat comes down twice that night. Abraham Ford goes first. He does not look away from Negan when the bat comes down, and he does not stop looking away through what follows. And the last thing he says is a farewell to Sasha, who loved him. And then he does not say anything else. This is Abraham being exactly who he was. And then Glenn Rhee, who came out of the first episode as a voice on a tank radio and became the person at the centre of this group's kindness and its hope, who found Maggie on the farm and built something with her that lasted through everything, who was the first person most of them trusted and the last person any of them ever wanted to lose. Glenn says Maggie. He looks at her. He says, "I will find you," and then he is gone. The show was criticised for this, for doing it the way it did, for the extended nature of it, for what some called gratuitousness. The criticism is understandable. It is a very hard scene, but there is also something being argued in those two deaths that matters to everything that comes after. The show is establishing what is at stake. It is not a soft show. The losses are real. They are going to keep being real. What follows, in the immediate aftermath, is one of the strangest and most carefully constructed arcs in the series. Negan takes Daryl. He takes Daryl to the sanctuary, specifically because he sees something in Daryl, some toughness that he respects and wants to either break or convert. Daryl is kept in a cell, and he is played Easy Street, a deeply unpleasant song, on repeat through a speaker in the wall. He is given dog food sandwiches. He is offered a choice: join the Saviors, become part of the system, have your own room and your own food, and your own purpose. Say the words. Say you are Negan. Daryl does not say the words. He spends weeks in that cell, and he comes out thinner and harder and looking at the floor, which is the manner Negan requires of new arrivals. But something in him has not moved. The show does not explain why. It does not need to, you already know why, because Daryl Dixon has been told his whole life by his brother Merle that he is nothing, and he learned from that what nothing feels like. And this, whatever this is not that. He escapes with the help of a prisoner named Dwight's wife and gets back to Alexandria. Dwight himself is one of the show's more interesting savior-side characters. He arrived in a previous season with his wife and his sister-in-law, fleeing the sanctuary, and encountered Daryl, who gave them food and a motorcycle and trusted them. And then Dwight came back with other saviors and took what Daryl had and shot him with his own crossbow and left. He had gone back to Negan because Negan was the only protection available, and what he was protecting was his wife, Sherry. He wears Daryl's crossbow now. He is a reminder, a walking one, of the deals that people make when they're trying to keep someone they love alive. Rick spends the first half of this season submitting to Negan's system. He collects supplies. He opens Alexandria's gates when Negan's people arrive for their regular pickups. He watches Negan walk through his home and eat his food and sit in his chair. He watches this with the carefully arranged face of a man who has completely let go of his dignity for tactical reasons. And the show makes you watch it happen in real time because it has a point to make. The point is that Rick Grimes, who was a sheriff's deputy and the leader of a group of survivors, and the man who killed his best friend in a field to protect his family, can do this. He can put himself through this. Because he believes, at the bottom of it all, that keeping the people around him alive is worth more than his dignity. That is not a small belief. Most people cannot hold it under pressure. Rick holds it, but Carl cannot. Carl, who is 14 with one eye and a rifle, and years of apocalypse education, makes a solo trip to the sanctuary. He hides in a supply truck, climbs out at the compound, and starts shooting. He kills 2 saviors before being disarmed. Negan, instead of being angry, is genuinely interested. He takes Carl on a tour. He shows him the sanctuary. He talks to him honestly, or in his particular version of honestly, about the system and why it works. Carl does not agree, but he listens, and Negan, for reasons that are partly genuine and partly about the game he is always playing, does not hurt Carl. He drives Carl home. He is in Rick's house when Rick arrives. He has made dinner. This is the strange dual quality of Negan that the show spends considerable time with. He's genuinely domestic. He likes cooking. He likes dogs. He has an elaborate code of conduct for himself and those around him that he enforces with absolute consistency. He does not permit sexual assault in his camp. He does not permit people to lie to him. He has punishments for violations that he applies without exception, including to people he likes. He believes this system is fair. He believes it works. He is not wrong about it working. He is wrong about what it costs. The war itself, when it finally starts, runs across the back half of the season and most of the next. It involves a lot of moving pieces, a lot of simultaneous attacks on savior outposts, a lot of casualties on both sides. The Scavengers, a group living in a trash heap who speak in a strange fragmented syntax, turn out to be unreliable allies and betray Rick at a critical moment. Shiva, Ezekiel's tiger, is killed covering her person's retreat, which is one of those deaths that works because it is entirely irrational to care as much as you do, and you care regardless. Sasha's death deserves its own moment. She has been captured by the Saviors during an attempt to infiltrate the sanctuary, and she is brought in a coffin to the rendezvous point where Negan is supposed to force Alexandria's final surrender. She has taken a pill that one of the Saviors offered to help her die before anything worse could happen. When the coffin is opened, she comes out as a walker. The plan was for her to distract Negan long enough for the attack to work. It does not work because the scavengers betray everyone, and the plan collapses. But the moment when Sasha walks out of that coffin, when she chose the manner of her death rather than let Negan choose it for her, is the last true assertion of self in a situation designed to strip self away. It is quiet and terrible and dignified, and Abraham, whom she loved, would have understood it completely. Then Carl changes everything. Carl writes a letter. He has been thinking about what comes after. He has been thinking in the way that only people who grow up in ruins think about it, about what the world could be instead of what it is. He writes to his father. He writes to Negan. He writes to people who will outlive him, which he knows they will because he has a premonition of it that the show takes seriously. He says, "I know you can do better. I know there is more than this. I know it because I have seen you both choose right when it was hard." Carl is bitten by a walker during the chaotic defense of Alexandria. He dies in the tunnels underneath the town with Rick and Michonne on either side of him, and he asks Rick to find the version of the future where more of this is okay. He asks Rick to be the person who makes that future possible. Rick promises. The next morning, in the final battle of all-out war, Rick cuts Negan's throat with a piece of broken glass. Then he tells Siddiq, the new doctor, to save him. He lets Negan live, which is not mercy so much as it is following Carl's directions. Carl asks for a future where people do not have to die for things to change. Rick is trying, in the most concrete way available to him, to deliver that. The reaction in the group is mixed. Maggie screams. She is 8 months pregnant and she's been waiting for this moment since the night on the road, and it is being taken from her. Daryl holds her. Michonne holds Rick. The war is over. Negan goes into a cell. He will stay there for 6 years. 6 years pass. The show does this with a simple card on screen and a new look to everyone. The communities have grown. Alexandria has been expanded. The hilltop is thriving. The kingdom has become a centre for a kind of rotating fair market where all the communities trade. There are children who have never known the before world. There are teenagers who remember just enough of it to know what they have lost. There are adults who, somehow, in the time between the war and now, figured out how to build something that keeps working. Rick Grimes is at the centre of all of it. He is older, slightly, in the way that people who are carrying a lot age in the lines around their eyes rather than anywhere obvious. He is building a bridge. That is his current project. A literal bridge across a river that will connect the communities and make travel and trade genuinely sustainable. He oversees the work crews and navigates the politics of multiple communities and does all of it with the sense of purpose that Carl's death gave him, which is a strange thing to say, but is true. The bridge work brings together workers from all the communities, including a group of former saviours who are being reintegrated into the coalition. This is not a smooth process. There are people who lost people to the saviours' violence and who are not ready to work beside those people yet. There are former saviours who have genuinely changed and former saviours who have not, and the difference is not always obvious. Jed, one of the latter, leads a small group of holdouts who do not accept the peace, and they cause problems. And eventually Carol deals with them in the way Carol deals with problems. What ends Rick Grimes' time on the show is an explosion and a bridge and a choice. A massive herd comes down the road toward the bridge. The bridge is not finished. If the herd crosses, the community's work and the bridge itself will be destroyed. Rick rides out to lead the herd away. His horse throws him. He is impaled on rebar. He wakes up from this impaled bleeding, with the herd closing in around him, and he pulls himself off the rebar and gets back on the horse and leads the herd onto the bridge. He is standing on the bridge when he sees the dynamite that was supposed to be used for road clearing, and he looks back at Daryl and Michonne and the others coming up behind him, and he understands what he has to do. He shoots the dynamite. The bridge blows. The herd falls into the river. Rick falls with them. The explosion is witnessed by a woman named Anne, who has connections to a group flying a helicopter a group that the show has been hinting at for seasons. She has a deal with them, people in exchange for passage and safety. She changes the terms. She says Rick is not a lost cause. She radios them. The helicopter comes. Rick Grimes is not dead. He is somewhere. He is with someone the show is not yet ready to identify. And everyone who loves him, standing on the bank of a river, watching the smoke clear, does not know that. What they know is that he is gone. Daryl does not leave. He stays by the river for years. He camps by the water in the woods, alone, building traps and checking them and coming into Alexandria occasionally, and going back out. He is looking for Rick, or waiting for Rick. The show is not entirely sure which, and neither is Daryl. Michonne raises Judith and RJ, Rick's son, who Michonne did not know she was carrying when the bridge blew, with a combination of fierce protectiveness and absolute refusal to let them be anything other than the children of Rick Grimes, in whatever way matters most, which is character rather than genetics. Judith is 10 when the second time jump lands us in the present of the season. She carries Rick's Colt Python. She wears Carl's hat. She has a kind of gravity that children who have lost things early sometimes develop, a quality of paying close attention to everything. And she is genuinely formidable in ways that would be frightening, except that she is also, very clearly, still a child who misses her family. And then the Whisperers. The Whisperers are one of the show's genuinely great ideas, and they are great because they take the show's central thing and flip it completely. The thing the survivors have always been doing is this: they walk with the dead. They cover themselves in the dead's remains to hide their scent. They move through herds when necessary. This is a skill, a hard-won technique, a last resort. The Whisperers made it a way of life. They wear the skin of the dead, literally. The skins of walkers, stitched and fitted over their own faces, warned until they smell like the dead, until they move like the dead, until they can walk inside a herd and be invisible to it. They gave up everything else: names, community, shelter, the before-world's categories of person and position and meaning. They decided, at some point, that their leader Alpha decided for them that civilization was a false shelter and that survival required becoming part of the world as it is, not trying to maintain something that was already gone. Alpha is Samantha Morton, whose actual name is not given in the main show's run, though the comics name her Dee. She has her own backstory that is filled in during flashbacks, and it is, as the backstories for the show's best antagonists tend to be, more complicated than a simple descent into cruelty. She made choices in the early days that she has constructed a philosophy around to justify the way most people do with their worst choices. The philosophy says that softness is death, that attachment is weakness, that love specifically is the thing that will kill you. She has a daughter. Her daughter is Lydia. She told Lydia that Lydia was dead and buried her alive to make a point about survival. And when Lydia dug herself out, she was changed in the way that Alpha intended, except not completely. And the not completely is what matters. Lydia is captured by Alexandria and is held, and eventually it becomes clear, through conversations with Henry, who is Carol's adopted son, and who approaches her with an uncomplicated kindness she has never encountered, that she does not entirely believe what her mother taught her. She does not want to go back. She does not know how to want anything else, but she does not want to go back. Alpha, to demonstrate what she's willing to do, takes a group of her community to the Kingdom's Fair. She moves through it in disguise, just an ordinary-looking woman in a crowd, and she takes 10 people, including Henry, and she kills them and puts their heads on spikes at the border of her territory. The border, the fence of heads. This is how the Whisperer War begins, with a terrible, clear communication of what the rules are going to be. Beta is Alpha's second. He is enormous, over 6 feet, wearing 2 faces layered over his own, and the show builds up a mystery around who he was before. The answer, when it comes, is that he was a famous country musician, a beloved performer, someone whose face was everywhere before the world ended. He has been hiding that face under the dead skin since near the beginning, because he hated being that person, hated what fame did to him and to the people around him. He found Alpha and found, in her world, a way to be no one at all. Carol cannot stop thinking about Henry. She was at the fair. She watched children playing. She stepped outside the walls briefly. She came back and Henry was gone. She did not see it happen, and this, somehow, makes it worse. She is at the border when they find the heads. She does not fall apart at the border. She waits. Then she spends the rest of the season, and much of the next, trying to find a way to get at Alpha. The show's handling of Carol's grief is one of its finest extended character studies. She does not process it cleanly. She goes on runs that are really about hunting whisperers. She takes pills to stay awake and ends up having hallucinations. She isolates. She makes choices that endanger people around her. She is not okay, and she knows she is not okay, and she cannot stop not being okay because she has not yet done anything about the thing that made her not okay. What she does eventually is find a way to Alpha. The path goes through Negan. Negan has been in his cell for 6 years. Carol's relationship with Negan through those years is complex and deliberate. She is the one who argues for keeping him alive when the community wants him dead. Not because she has forgiven him, which she has not, but because she is thinking ahead, which she always is. She understands something about Negan that most of the others do not quite see, which is that he is not in the cell because he surrendered. He is in the cell because Rick let him live, and there is a difference between those things. Carol engineers a situation where Negan escapes. She lets it happen. She has positioned him, over years of conversation through cell bars, to go exactly where she needs him to go. He finds the Whisperers. He joins them. He gains Alpha's trust in the particular way that Negan gains trust, which is by being genuinely useful and not pretending to be anything other than what he is. Alpha, who respects strength and despises performance, responds to Negan in the way she does not respond to most people. Something in her recognizes something in him. He kills her. He brings her head back in a bag, and he sets it on a post at the border of Whisperer territory, looking toward wherever Carol is. And Carol finds it, and she picks it up, and she carries it back. Beta takes over. He assembles the largest herd the show has ever depicted, a moving mass of tens of thousands of walkers, and directs it toward the communities. This is the Whisperer's final weapon. Not their own bodies, but the bodies of the dead, moved en masse, unstoppable, and vast and loud. The communities survive it. Barely. The details involve explosives and cliffs, and Judith holding the line at a moment when most adults have been pushed back. And Daryl spending 2 days inside the herd, wearing walker skins, in a way that has clearly cost him something. Beta is killed among the walkers when Daryl finds him and kills him, and the herd, leaderless, disperses. The Whisperer War ends in a field full of bodies and 3 communities that are still standing. Which is enough. Eugene is the reason. They find the Commonwealth. He has been tinkering with the radio at Alexandria for some time, trying to reach other survivors beyond the Coalition's range, because Eugene's response to a problem has always been to gather more data. He reaches a signal. The signal belongs to a woman named Stephanie, who is somewhere west, and they begin talking. They talk for weeks. They establish a routine. Eugene, who has never been particularly successful at conventional human intimacy, turns out to be very good at radio conversation, which is intimacy filtered through brevity and distance. He wants to meet her. He takes a group west. What they find is the Commonwealth, which is a city of 50,000 people. 50,000. Take a moment with that. The largest community Rick's group has encountered before this was the Hilltop, with maybe 300 people on a good day. Alexandria tops out around 200. The Kingdom at its peak may be 300 more. The Saviours had perhaps 500 in the Sanctuary network. These were the scales of the world they knew, and here, in what used to be a mid-sized Midwestern city, is 50,000 people living in something that looks almost exactly like the old world. There are shops, there are restaurants, there is a newspaper, there is an orchestra, there is a police force in white armour that looks nothing like anything the post-apocalyptic world has produced before. There are class distinctions, because wherever there are enough people to organise, hierarchy reasserts itself, and the Commonwealth did not try to prevent this or redesign it. The class system of the old world was largely imported intact. If you were a doctor before, you are a doctor. If you were a labourer before, you are a labourer. The Commonwealth gave everyone their old job back and called it stability. This is the thing about the Commonwealth that the show wants you to think about carefully. It works. That is what makes it interesting and troubling in equal measure. The trains run on time, so to speak. People are fed, the walkers are managed, the streets are clean. There are children who go to school in actual school buildings, and teenagers who have social problems that are not about survival, and adults who argue about politics rather than about which fence needs reinforcing tonight. But the price of all that is that the old world's inequalities are built into the foundation. And in the old world, those inequalities had a great deal of scaffolding around them. Legal structures and social movements and the slow pressure of institutions changing over time that kept them from becoming something worse. In the Commonwealth, there is no scaffolding. There is just Pamela Milton. Pamela Milton runs the Commonwealth the way her family has run it since its founding, which was not so long ago, but long enough for a mythology to have grown up around it. She's a former politician. She's composed and intelligent, and genuinely believes in what the Commonwealth is and what it could be. She is also someone who has made the decision, possibly without ever explicitly making it, that the system that benefits her and her class is the correct system, and that challenges to it are threats to stability rather than expressions of legitimate grievance. Her son Sebastian is a more straightforward version of the same problem. He is 20-something and spoiled, and takes the privileges of his position as simply the natural order of things. He does not work. He tells stories about bravery he has not demonstrated. He has soldiers he can order to do things, and he gives those orders without thinking about the people receiving them. He sends 2 people, a man and a woman, into a walker-infested estate to retrieve cash from a floor safe, does not tell them that other people have gone in and not come back, and both of them die. One of them was Rosita. Rosita's death is quiet in its staging and enormous in its weight. She has been with the group since the road to Washington, since Abraham introduced her as his travelling companion, and she was one of the most self-possessed people in the orbit of anyone who had ever met her. She finds her way back to Gabriel, who loves her, and they build a family that includes Eugene as Coco's godfather. She dies of a bite she sustained getting out of Sebastian's disaster, in a hospital bed with Gabriel and Daryl beside her. Coco is cared for. Her people carry on. That is what this group does. That is all it has ever done. Eugene goes to trial for the murder of Sebastian Milton. Sebastian was killed by a walker during a night that went badly, and the walker that killed him was not operating of its own accord. Not entirely. Eugene had found out that Sebastian was responsible for the deaths of the 2 people, and he confronted him, and in the confrontation, Sebastian fired a shot that brought walkers down on them both, and Sebastian was not fast enough. The specifics are legally complicated in the way that things are legally complicated in a society that is trying to use the law as a tool for accountability without having built the institutions that give law its force. Eugene is convicted. The conviction is political. Pamela understands that Sebastian's death threatens the mythology of her family, and she needs someone to be responsible for it, and Eugene is available. He is sentenced to death. Mercer intervenes. Mercer is the commander of the Commonwealth military. He is an imposing man who wears white and carries the authority of his position with a kind of natural ease that comes from having genuinely earned it. He has been watching the court proceedings. He has been watching the way the Commonwealth's institutions are being used to cover for the powerful. He has been watching for a long time, and the trial is the moment he decides he has watched enough. He begins coordinating with Rick's people, because Rick's people have a quality the Commonwealth has lost, which is the capacity to believe that something different from what exists is possible and worth fighting for. The uprising that follows is not violent in the way the war with the Saviours was violent. It is political in the end. It is a confrontation between two visions of what 50,000 people should be. And the vision that wins is the one that includes everyone, not just the people who came in with the right resume. Maggie takes care of Pamela Milton in the way that she handles most serious problems. Not with a gun, with a vote. The community decides in a decision that is messy and contested and real in the way democratic decisions always are, that Pamela's leadership is over. She is imprisoned, which is a choice that not everyone in the room wants to make. Maggie is among those who argues against execution, which is a very different kind of argument coming from her than it would have been 2 years earlier. She has done the work in the years since Glenn died of figuring out who she wants to be in a world where being the person who demanded vengeance above all else was not available. The Commonwealth is absorbed into the larger coalition. 50,000 people, the largest community any of them has ever been part of. The politics of integration will take years. There will be conflicts and compromises and people who find that the version of themselves they built in their smaller community does not fit the larger one. There will be new problems that are not survival problems, because survival problems, for the first time in a very long time, are manageable. Judith thinks about her father a lot in these weeks. She says, in the narration that bookends the final episodes, that she never knew her mother Laurie. She knew Carl only barely. Michonne taught her everything about being strong. Rick is an absence she's been living inside for her whole conscious life. A shape in the stories people tell her, a ghost in the weight of the gun she carries. She knows who he is. She carries his hat and his gun and his way of being in the world. She does not know if she will see him again. She gives RJ the hat at the end of the last episode, the way Carl gave it to her, the way things get passed down. The coalition charter written by Michonne is in her bag. A drawing she made is tucked inside it. She does not give up on finding her father. She just understands, in the way that children of the apocalypse understand things, that some things take longer than you planned for. The Saviours deserve more examination than a simple account of their threat level can give them, because they are not just an antagonist. They are a study in how power organises itself in a vacuum. The Sanctuary, which is the Saviour's main base, is a factory complex in rural Virginia. It has been converted over the years of Negan's leadership into something that functions like a feudal system, operating inside a post-industrial shell. The workers live on the factory floor. The higher-ranking Saviours have rooms. The point system determines what you can have and what you can eat and where you can sleep. And the points are earned through work and loyalty and the particular kind of performance that Negan both rewards and sees through. The point system is one of the show's most interesting details because it is not simply oppression. It is a functional economy of a particular kind, a planned economy run by a single central authority, and it works in the way that such economies sometimes work, which is that everyone has something and nobody has enough, and the person at the top has everything. Negan eats well. His wives, the women who have made the calculation that their best survival option is proximity to power, have comfort. The workers have food. The workers outside the sanctuary, the communities that pay tribute, have just enough. What the Saviours do not have is anything like internal dissent. This is the system's fatal flaw, and Negan knows it, which is why the system is built around him personally rather than around an ideology. An ideology can be argued with. Negan cannot be argued with, or the performance of him cannot be argued with, and the performance is constant and complete. He never steps out of it in front of the group. Every interaction is the performance, the wit, the authority, the casual threat beneath every warm word, the bat. He is always Negan when anyone else is watching. This is also, the show eventually reveals, exhausting. It has to be. You cannot perform all day every day for years without the performance beginning to eat something. What it is eating is the person Negan used to be before the world ended, who was a gym teacher and whose wife was dying of cancer when everything collapsed, and who, in those first terrible days, discovered that he was capable of things he did not know he was capable of, and that those things were what kept people alive, and that being the person who kept people alive was better than what he had been before, which was someone ordinary and grieving and lost. The character of Dwight illustrates the cost side of the saviour ledger. He came in as a man protecting someone he loved, and stayed as a man who had gradually traded away too much of himself for the protection, and could no longer clearly see the line between what he was doing and what was being done to him. His face is burned, literally, because Negan used the iron on him as punishment for running away. He wears Daryl's crossbow as both a trophy and a reminder of what he's capable of and what it cost. He works as one of Negan's lieutenants, and he is good at it, and he hates himself for being good at it. His arc toward working against Negan from the inside is one of the season 7 and 8 plotlines that deserves more attention than it usually receives. He is not a hero. He is someone who is trying, late and imperfectly, and with very mixed motives, to stop the thing he helped build. The information he feeds to Rick's side does not make him redeemed. It makes him someone who made one better choice inside a long series of worse ones. The show is honest about the difference. Simon is the worst version of what the Saviours produce. He is Negan's second in command for much of the Saviour arc, and he is the version of the system in which the violence is not a regrettable necessity, but an enthusiasm. When Negan gives orders about sparing people, Simon overrides them when he can, because what Simon wants is not the system's goals, but the violence itself. He massacred the garbage community. He massacred the Oceanside community's men and boys. These were decisions made not in service of the Saviour's goals, but in service of his own appetite. Negan kills him when he finds out. This is one of the show's more counterintuitive moments, the villain destroying his most violent lieutenant because the violence exceeded its purpose. Negan's system requires the threat of violence, not actual unlimited violence, because unlimited violence destroys the resource base. Simon did not understand this or did not care. Either way, Negan removes him. This detail is doing something the show does throughout the Saviour arc, which is insist on the internal logic of the antagonist's world, rather than presenting it as simply wrong in every particular. The Saviour's system is wrong. Negan's authority is illegitimate by any measure that the show endorses. But within the system's own terms, there is a kind of consistency, and the show respects that enough to show you where even Negan draws lines. The sanctuary workers are perhaps the most interesting part of the Saviour's story that gets the least screen time. They are mostly unnamed. They live on the factory floor. They build things and make things and are paid in points and do not have the option of doing otherwise. When the war starts and the sanctuary is besieged and the walkers fill the yard, the workers' situation is genuinely ambiguous. They did not choose this. Most of them did not choose this. They are not fighters. They are people who ended up inside Negan's system because the alternatives, when the system was offered, were worse. The show does not entirely resolve what you're supposed to feel about them, which is the honest thing to do. The sanctuary after the war is a lesson in how hard integration actually is. The saviours who remain are a mix of true believers who have lost their object of belief, opportunists who attach themselves to power and are now recalibrating, and ordinary people who just want to survive and would do so under any functional organization. Rick's attempt to integrate all of these into the coalition is imperfect in ways that the show documents carefully. It almost falls apart multiple times. It costs things that Rick did not plan to spend. But the coalition holds. The sanctuary community becomes something that is not the sanctuary anymore, which is the goal, and the process of that becoming is messy and incomplete and still ongoing when Rick disappears. Which is also honest. Transformation does not complete itself on a schedule. The Saviour's story is, in the end, the story of what happens when the wrong person fills the leadership vacuum during a crisis. There was a leadership vacuum, someone was going to fill it. In another version of events, it might have been someone with Negan's organisational intelligence and without his particular relationship with violence and control. It might have been someone more like Rick, who also fills leadership vacuums, or more like Ezekiel, who fills them with performance and care. The show is not naive about this. It knows that the conditions that produced Negan are reproducible. It knows that wherever there is a vacuum and a capable enough person willing to take absolute authority, you can get something like this again. The Commonwealth, in its milder way, is something like this again. The answer is not to prevent strong leadership. It is to build the structures that prevent strong leadership from becoming absolute authority. The council, the charter, the vote, the ability to say no. These are the things the coalition builds after the war, and they are fragile, and they require constant maintenance, and they are worth it. They are worth all of it. The first spin-off to arrive is called Dead City, and it is set in Manhattan, and it is at its core a story about two people who should not trust each other, trying to do something impossible together. Maggie finds Negan at a motor inn. She has been tracking him, which means she knows where he is before she walks through the door, and Negan knows she knows. And the first exchange between them has the quality of two people who have been performing a particular kind of relationship for years, and both want to stop, but neither will be the one to go first. She needs his help. She does not say this easily. She has spent years after the war building something at the hilltop and building something inside herself, a way of being in the world that does not require Negan to be dead, but also does not require her to forgive him. And now, she is standing in a motor inn asking for his help because a man named the Croat has her son, Herschel. The Croat is one of Negan's former people, a saviour from the time of the Sanctuary, someone Negan recruited and sheltered and found useful for a period before he found him too much. The Croat read people the way some people read weather. He dismantled them. He took things apart to see what was inside. Negan used that for a while, and then he gave the Croat a direct order: leave a woman alone, she is not a threat, and the Croat ignored the order and did something terrible, and Negan tried to kill him and missed. He blew off the Croat's ear with a bullet, and the Croat ran. And Negan has not seen him since. Until now. The Croat has taken Manhattan. Manhattan is, at this point in the world, an island that is effectively cut off from the rest of the country. The bridges are either down or jammed with the dead, the tunnels flooded. The walkers on the island have been building up for years, undisturbed, and there are a great many of them. The Croat has established himself somewhere in the middle of this, using a system of controlled herds and fear to maintain authority over the few thousand people still living on the island. Maggie and Negan cross into Manhattan by boat. What they find inside is a city returning to wildness, buildings partially reclaimed by vines and birds, and the absence of maintenance. Streets full of the slow-moving dead, a few thousand survivors living in clusters, scavenging, managing their fear, occasionally trading with or working for the Croats organization, which calls itself the Barazi. The name means brothers in Croatian, which is where the Croat is from, and the people who work for the Croat use it with the complicated combination of genuine loyalty and fear that characterizes most organizations built by people like him. Among the survivors is a group living underground in the subway system, and a young mute girl named Ginny. who has attached herself to Negan. Ginny's muteness is not a biological condition. She saw something very early in the apocalypse that closed down the part of her that wanted to speak to the world. She communicates in other ways, clearly, and with a directness that suggests she is paying considerably more attention to everything than most people assume. And she is devoted to Negan with the specificity of someone who has decided that this particular person is safe. Negan, in return, is devoted to her. This is what the spin-off gives Negan that the main show was still building toward when it ended. He is capable of caring for someone in a way that does not involve control. He carries Ginny's welfare as a genuine priority, not a manipulation. And the show is clear about this in the way it shows him make choices. When Ginny runs away to follow them into Manhattan, he is furious in the way that terrified parents are furious. He is not performing the emotion, he is in it. The Croat, when they finally encounter him properly, is everything Negan described and then some. He is theatrical, in the way that truly dangerous people sometimes are, and he greets violence with a kind of creative relish. He also has something like genuine feeling for Negan, a warped affection that is inseparable from resentment. Negan made him, in his understanding. Negan shaped him, and then Negan tried to kill him. The Croat system of control involves something called the Dharma, which means the lady, a figure who is kept deliberately mysterious and who apparently exerts even more authority than the Croat himself. The unravelling of who the Dharma is and what they want forms the season's longer arc. The answer is not simple, and it is not comfortable, and it says something about what happens to people who survive long enough in a world like this. Herschel is not exactly where Maggie expected him to be, or in the condition she expected him to be in. He is a teenager now. He has grown up mostly at the hilltop, but he has seen enough of the world to have opinions about it. And one of his opinions is that his mother's choices, the choices she made about violence and survival, and what is worth keeping and what is not, are not choices he would have made. He is not angry at her in a simple way. He is processing something that children of survivors always have to process, which is the question of what it means to be the legacy of a person who did terrible and necessary and sometimes unjustifiable things in order for you to be alive. He is alive. She finds him alive. Getting out of Manhattan with him is its own challenge. The island has a way of keeping people it has decided belong to it. The Barazi do not simply give back what they have. The herd is everywhere, and the water is on every side. What Maggie and Negan build over the course of those days, grudgingly and under extreme pressure, is something that falls just short of trust. It is not trust. They do not trust each other. They might never trust each other, but they make it work. They have always made it work, which is something that both of them find irritating and useful in equal measure. Negan's own story ends the season in a place that leaves him in more trouble than he started, which is something that Negan's stories tend to do. He is not safe. He is not free. He is at the end of it, still accountable to something outside himself. And whether that something is going to demand more than he can pay is the question the season leaves open. Ginny is safe. He made sure of that. That is the one thing he made sure of. And it is the measure by which this particular stretch of Negan's story should be understood. Nobody planned for Daryl Dixon to end up in France. That is the honest answer to how the spin-off begins. He wakes up, tied to an overturned rowboat drifting toward a coastline, and when he pulls himself to shore and finds enough water to drink and enough clarity to look around, what he sees is a road sign in French. He is somewhere outside Marseille. He does not speak the language. He has no idea how he got here. He is alone in the way that Daryl has always, on some level, been most comfortable with, which is to say, very alone, and he starts walking. Before he left the Commonwealth, he made a promise to Judith. She told him, and Judith at this age has a way of saying true things that you cannot argue with, that he deserved a happy ending too. He promised her he would try. He promised he would find Rick and Michonne and bring them home. He promised he would come back. Getting from France to America turns out to be considerably more complicated than walking. The France that Daryl moves through is beautiful and ruined in equal measure, which is something it has in common with every post-apocalyptic landscape the show has ever depicted, but which feels different here because of the specific textures of France. The old stone buildings, the vineyards, the chateau, the cathedrals that have survived centuries of human history and are still standing now, mostly because stone is patient. There is something about seeing the old world in ruins that the show has always handled thoughtfully, and in France, where so much of the old world is literally ancient, the contrast between what was built and what it has become carries an extra weight. The walkers in France are different. They are called burners by the survivors here, and the name is accurate. Some of them have a mutation that causes their blood and bile to be acidic, burning through whatever it contacts. A grab from one of them will sear through skin. It makes fighting them more complicated and more painful, and it is a detail that tells you something about how the outbreak might have developed differently in different places over the years. Daryl is found by a nun named Isabel. Isabel is not what you expect from a nun. She is young and composed and has a history that involves considerably more of the world than convents and prayers, a history she keeps in a box that she does not open very often. She was, before the outbreak, someone who moved through the Paris underworld with the ease of a person who had decided she was not worth protecting. She stole. She ran with people who did worse. She had a nephew who was born and given to her sister's convent to raise, because the life she was living was not one she could raise a child in. The outbreak found her at what might have been her lowest point, and what she found in the middle of all the dying was, somehow, faith. She found it the way people sometimes find things when everything else falls away. She's part of a movement called the Union of Hope. They believe that a boy named Laurent, who is about 12, and is her nephew, and is the child she arranged to have raised at the convent, is going to play a significant role in rebuilding the world. This belief is not simply metaphorical. There is evidence, the kind of evidence that the show presents with its characteristic ambiguity about whether something is miraculous or simply extraordinary, that Laurent is different. He was born in a way that should not have been survivable. He is calm in the presence of walkers in a manner that goes beyond training. He has an emotional sensitivity to the people around him that functions almost like a sense. Daryl does not believe in any of this. He says so. He is not the type, but he agrees to escort Laurent and Isabel toward a contact who can get him a boat. And by the time he has spent enough time with the boy to have a real sense of him, the question of belief has become less relevant than the question of responsibility. Laurent is worth protecting. You do not need a theology to arrive at that conclusion. The journey through France involves a number of communities and factions that have formed in the years since the outbreak. There is the Union of Hope, which is religious in character and oriented around hope and rebuilding. There is a group called the Power of the Living, which is something considerably darker, led by a woman named Janet, who has her own ideas about how the Walker crisis can be resolved, ideas that involve research of a kind that does not respect the humanity of its subjects. Janet is conducting experiments on walkers, specifically on burners, trying to weaponize the mutation that makes them dangerous. She wants Daryl because he is an American and an unknown quantity, and she believes he has information about what is happening elsewhere in the world. Paris itself, when they reach it, is one of the show's most extraordinary visual environments. The city has been partially reclaimed and partially preserved by the odd math of the apocalypse. The Eiffel Tower has lost its tip, clipped by a military helicopter crash at the start of the outbreak, which Laurent mentions in the tone of someone noting a historical fact. The Père Lachaise cemetery is still navigable, and Laurent, who knows an enormous amount about French history and the people buried there, gives Daryl a tour in a manner that is completely earnest, and somehow also very funny. He mentions that an American rock star is buried there. Daryl pays his respects. The catacombs are still open. 6 million people are buried under Paris, the residue of the Black Death and various other centuries of catastrophe. And a community of survivors has set up in a nightclub at the edge of the underground network. The community is called the Demi-Monde, and it operates as a trade hub, accepting currency of all kinds and providing information and goods in exchange. It has electricity from a generator and, the night Daryl's group arrives, live music. Laurent sits and listens to the singer with an expression that makes his age obvious, pure unmediated wonder at something beautiful in a world that does not have enough of it. Daryl watches the boy, and something in him recognizes what he is seeing, and it costs him a little. The complications of France pile up in the way that complications always pile up when Daryl is involved. Jeanette's people find them, people die, the Union of Hope suffers losses. There are moments where getting out seems genuinely impossible, because the network of people who want Laurent, or want Daryl, or want leverage over the Union's hopes is extensive and motivated. What the show does with this season that is worth noting is the thing it does with Isabel and Daryl, which is construct a genuine friendship between two people who came from very different backgrounds and have both, in their own ways, been doing penance for who they were before. They do not agree about much. He does not share her faith. She does not share his preference for silence. But they understand each other in the way that people who have genuinely suffered and genuinely changed sometimes understand each other, without needing it explained. There is, too, something between them that the show does not fully commit to, holding it at the specific temperature of something real and unacted upon, which is its own kind of true. She is a nun. He is someone who does not stay. Both of them know these things. They say goodbye in a way that says everything it is not saying. Daryl does not make it home in the first season. He is still in France or somewhere nearby when the credits roll. He has Laurent. He has connections. He has the beginning of something, but home is still far away. The second season takes him and Laurent and Carol, who has come looking for him, and arrives with the combination of determination and mild judgment that characterizes Carol's approach to most situations toward a facility that turns out to be even more dangerous than a single zealot's ambitions. Carol's presence changes the dynamic, as Carol's presence always changes dynamics. She and Daryl have been friends for longer than almost any other pairing on the show, a friendship that is partly built on having seen each other at their very worst and come out the other side still intact. She walks into France with the energy of someone who was told this was going to be difficult and found that accurate and does not particularly care. The season ends with Laurent in a place of genuine safety and Daryl closer to his promise to Judith than he has been in a long time. The road home is clearer. It is not there yet, but it is clearer. For Daryl Dixon, closer is enough to keep moving. The question that hangs over everything in the years after the bridge is, where is Rick Grimes? The show answers this in a mini-series, and the answer is not simple. He did not die. He was found by Anne, who had an arrangement with a helicopter group, a group of extraordinary scale. She made a deal on his behalf. He was not a lost cause. The helicopter came. They took him. He has been with the CRM ever since. The Civic Republic Military is the military arm of a city of 200,000 people, the Civic Republic itself, which is located in Philadelphia and which is, by some margin, the largest surviving human settlement anywhere in the Walking Dead universe. 200,000 people, running water, electricity, schools, hospitals, a functioning economy, a military that operates on a continental scale, and a secret at its centre that Rick has been slowly understanding over the years. He has been trapped there. He has tried to escape multiple times. He chopped off his own hand with a hatchet to slip a tether during a field operation. He was recaptured, He lost the hand. He has a prosthetic now, a metal thing that looks like a closed fist and has a blade that deploys from the wrist, and it is the kind of adaptation that the show notes without dwelling on. Because people adapt. That is what the show has always been about. They adapt. A man named Okafor has been trying to reach Rick for years. He is a lieutenant colonel in the CRM, and he was, before the outbreak, someone who made the same kind of choices under pressure that Rick makes. And he sees in Rick what Rick is, not a threat, not a problem, a person who could be genuinely useful to the project of rebuilding civilization, if the project is actually what it says it is. Rick joins the CRM provisionally. He is not a true believer. He is trying to get close enough to find a way out that does not end with everyone he loves being hunted down and killed, which is the condition that has been placed on him staying put. A woman named Jadis, who was Anne, the former leader of the Scavengers, has become an officer in the CRM, and she holds a file that would destroy everyone Rick loves if he disappears. She is not cruel about this. She is organized. She has built herself a position of safety through information, and she guards it the way you guard the only thing keeping you alive. Michonne finds him. She has been looking for 6 years. She followed threads, rumors, the fragments of information that slipped through the CRM's considerable institutional secrecy across half a continent. She is not the same person she was when she lost him, which is to say, she is harder in the places she used to be soft, and she has kept everything else, the love of her children, the care for her community, the absolute inability to stop being competent in a crisis. She arrives at the Civic Republic's intake process with a false name and a performance she has been preparing for longer than any performance she has ever given. She and Rick pass each other in a corridor and do not speak. This is the show at its most restrained and its most effective. Two people who have been searching for and dreaming of each other for 6 years, passing in a hallway, unable to acknowledge what they are to each other, because the acknowledgement could get both of them killed, and everyone they love dead before the week is out. What follows is a kind of elaborate negotiation between what they are to each other and what they can show, with the specific quality of two people who have already survived everything and know, because they know each other that well, that this is solvable. They just have to survive long enough to solve it. Okafor's death changes the situation. He was the voice inside the CRM's hierarchy that might have been able to change it from within, and without him, the path that Rick had been following closes. Thorn, a fellow soldier who was his protege and who moves with the specific kind of intensity that comes from having decided, years ago, that commitment to a cause is the only thing keeping her from collapsing, is promoted. She is more complicated than a villain and less comfortable than a friend. The echelon briefing is what changes Michonne. It is the information that the CRM gives to its inner circle, the truth of what the organization is doing and why. And what Michonne learns from it is that the CRM has been making decisions about who survives on a scale that makes every other threat the group has faced look like a local problem. Omaha, which was a large survivor community in the Midwest, was destroyed by the CRM as a strategic decision. Other large settlements are marked. The calculus is cold and specific. The CRM believes that the only way to ensure the survival of the Civic Republic is to eliminate other large power centers before they can become threats or competition. 200,000 people, protected by the systematic elimination of everyone else, Michonne tells Rick. Rick has already known some of it. The full scope of it, hearing it from her, is different. What follows is the miniseries' final movement, which is Rick and Michonne deciding together what to do about something bigger than either of them. There is a conversation they have in a safe space they have found that is one of the best scenes the show has produced in its entire run. They talk about everything, about the time lost, about Judith and RJ, about what they have become in the years apart, about whether the version of themselves that the world made can actually do what needs to be done here. Rick says at one point that he is not the man he was. He is compromised. He has looked away. He has survived by becoming useful to something he does not believe in. He is not sure, in other words, that he is still Rick Grimes in any way that matters. Michonne says that he is the only person who would say that, and that the only person who would say that is Rick Grimes. They take down the CRM summit. Every commander, every senior officer, the entire frontliner force in one place. The plan that would have ended other communities is ended with it. The CRM, the apparatus of it, is still there, but its leadership and its direction are not. Jadis's file. Michonne burns it. And Jadis herself turns out to have been watching Rick and Michonne do this thing that she told them they would do, and she lets them go. Because they did it. Because she was right. Because two people together can do anything, and she said so, and she was correct. Rick and Michonne leave the Civic Republic. They go home. The scene at the end of the miniseries, which is Rick Grimes driving down a familiar American road and eventually arriving somewhere that is close enough to home to count, is not played for triumph. It is played for the specific quality of someone who has been carrying something very heavy for a very long time, finally being allowed to set it down. Not fireworks, not speeches, just the road and the light and the destination somewhere ahead. Judith is waiting. She does not know yet, but she will. Before we reach the ending, I want to spend some time with a few of the people we have moved through quickly, because the story of The Walking Dead is not really about events, it is about people, and some of the people deserve more of our time than the main timeline could give them. There is Herschel Green, and I have been circling back to him throughout this whole story because he keeps being relevant, which is not an accident. The show created Herschel as someone who was initially an obstacle, a man of faith whose beliefs conflicted with the practicalities of survival. And then it did something unusual. It proved him right. Not about the walkers being savable, he was wrong about that, but about the importance of holding on to something besides pragmatism, about what you lose when you make pure survival the only measure of every choice. Herschel's great quality was that he could change his mind without losing himself. The barn destroyed his belief in the old world's rules, but it did not destroy his belief in human dignity. He adjusted, and then he spent the rest of his life being the person who said the true thing when everyone else was too tired or too frightened to say it. In the prison, when the governor's demands were at their most impossible, it was Herschel reading the Bible in the yard in the morning light. Visible from the fence that the show used as its image of what was worth protecting. Not the walls, not the guns. Herschel reading. His death is the moment that the show uses to say, this is really war now. Because Herschel was the thing that could not be allowed to die, and the show killed him anyway, because honesty required it. There is Maggie Green, who starts as a farmer's daughter and becomes, by the end of the main show, one of the most capable and most complicated leaders anyone in the story has produced. She carries Glenn's death in the way that people carry the things that define them, not as an open wound, which she cannot afford, but as a specific gravity that changes how she moves through the world. She is harder than she was. She is also, in a way that the show is careful to show, alongside the hardness, still capable of mercy. Her decision to let Negan live, when she had every possible justification for doing otherwise, is not forgiveness. It is something more difficult, which is the choice to not let the worst thing that ever happened to you define every choice you make afterward. She is her father's daughter. That is the best thing you can say about a character on this show. There is Daryl Dixon, about whom the most important thing is not his competence, which is undeniable, but his arc. Merle Dixon shaped Daryl into someone who believed he did not deserve care or community or the basic dignities of being a person that people valued. The show spent 11 seasons carefully, patiently dismantling that belief and replacing it with something harder won. Every time someone saw Daryl clearly and said so, every time he stayed when staying cost him something, Every time he chose the group over the solitude that his history made easier was a piece of that work. By the end of the main show, by the time he's riding through France on a motorcycle with a crossbow on his back and a 12-year-old asking him about the Eiffel Tower, he is someone who knows he is worth something. Not loudly, not in speeches, but in the way he keeps showing up. Carole Pelletier has the most dramatic transformation of anyone on the show, and the show is honest about what the transformation costs. She goes from invisible to capable to terrifying to broken and back again, and each stage is legible in terms of what the world did to her and what she did back. The farmhouse Carole, quiet and careful, flinching at loud sounds, is not a different person from the terminus Carole who walks through fire. They are the same person at different points in the process of becoming something the world could not easily destroy. The cost is that what the world could not destroy is also not entirely safe to be around. She knows this. It is the thing she carries most heavily. The Carole who sits with Ezekiel and lets herself be known. The Carole who adopts Henry and grieves him. The Carole who makes the impossible choices and then has to keep living with them is the fullest version of the character. She is someone who decided, at some point, that being alive meant being in the world and not just enduring it, and she keeps renewing that decision even when it is very hard to keep making. There is Glenn Rhee, who I keep coming back to throughout this entire story, because the show kept coming back to him. Glenn was not the most skilled or the most experienced or the most strategically significant member of the group. What he was, consistently, and without apparent effort, was kind. He saw the human being in every situation. He helped people he did not need to help. He took risks that were irrational because leaving someone behind was something he was constitutionally incapable of. In a show that is very honest about the ways that survival changes people, Glenn is the argument that some things in a person can survive the survival. He made it to season 7 with everything that made him Glenn essentially intact. And that is why the show needed to end him when it did. Because what Negan did was not just kill a character. It was make an argument about what the world will do to the best parts of people if you let it. And then the rest of the show is the counter-argument. Michonne comes into the story carrying a history that the show reveals slowly and with great care, because Michonne's history is the kind that does not survive quick revelations intact. She lost a child, she lost a partner, she built something out of those losses that is, from the outside, almost entirely wall. The katana, the silence, the walkers on chains, which are a level of pragmatism and also, if you look at it long enough, a level of darkness. She built defenses that worked. She just built them before she met people who made her want to be without them sometimes. The relationship between Michonne and Rick is one of the show's great slow builds, earned across seasons of shared trust and shared hardship, until the attraction between them feels not like a plot development, but like an inevitability. She is the person who knocks him unconscious when he is right but wrong in the moment. He is the person who sees her clearly when she is trying very hard not to be seen. They are good for each other in the specific way that people with complementary strengths and complementary wounds sometimes are. Then there is Morgan Jones, who began the story and whom the story kept returning to, as if knowing that he was not done and was not simple. Morgan at the beginning of the show is a man trapped in love with someone who is gone. Morgan in the middle of the show is a man who has lost his son to that same love and rebuilt himself around a philosophy of not taking life. Morgan at the end is a man who has been broken by both approaches and is trying to find a third way. He finds it eventually. He finds a community. He finds a version of himself that can be in the world. The show does not make it easy for him or ask you to believe it was inevitable. It just shows him doing the work. There are smaller characters who deserve more than the space available here. Sasha, who was never given quite enough room by the story, but who used everything she had. with an intelligence and a grief that was real and present. Tyrese, whose gentleness in the context of his size was always being used as shorthand for something the show never quite fully developed, but whose death, in a single episode that is basically a tone poem about how loss works, is extraordinary. Beth, whose brevity is its own kind of argument about how quickly something can matter and then be gone. There is Enid, who lost her parents in the early days and processed this by carving "just survive" somehow into her skin where she could see it, and who spent the rest of her story slowly relearning that just survive is not sufficient. There is Aaron, who brought the group to Alexandria and who lost Eric at the Battle of the Sanctuary outpost and who kept showing up anyway, finding in Gracie, the infant he found in that same outpost, a reason to keep building something. There is Jerry, the kingdom's most enthusiastic and enormous soldier, who is still alive at the end of the main show and who has a family and who represents, in his uncomplicated joy, the argument that it is possible to be a good person in an uncomplicated way, even here. And there is Carl Grimes, who is the show's central tragedy in some ways. Not because he died, though he did, but because what Carl was becoming was the most hopeful thing in the story. He was the bridge between the old world and the new one, the person who grew up in the ruins and still chose to build. He had seen more violence than almost any adult in the story, and he kept, against all odds, being someone who thought the violence was not the whole of it. His letters, his requests to Rick and to Negan, his vision of what a different world could look like, are the moral argument the entire series has been building toward. His death is the cost of making that argument permanent. The show needed Rick to keep the promise badly enough to carry the weight of Carl's loss, and the weight of Carl's loss is the weight that makes the promise meaningful. He was 15 years old. He is why Rick let Negan live. He is why the Commonwealth gets built. He is why Judith carries his hat. He is, in the vocabulary of this particular story, what hope looks like when it has been through everything. The final season of The Walking Dead runs across 24 episodes, divided into 3 parts, which is an unusual structure that reflects both the ambition of the ending and the practical reality of concluding a show that has been running for 11 years, with a community the size of the Commonwealth and storylines radiating outward in multiple directions. Part 1 involves the group's discovery of the Reapers, a paramilitary group that has been clearing settlements in Virginia and that poses an immediate threat to the Hilltop. The Reapers are the smallest scale major antagonist the final season deploys, and they function almost as a warm-up, a reminder of how good the show can be when it stays focused on a small group of characters in difficult terrain. Pope, who leads the Reapers, is a former military chaplain who has constructed a religious framework around violence in the way that people sometimes do when they need the violence to mean something beyond itself. He believes he and his people are chosen, preserved through the outbreak by God for a purpose, and that anyone who is not with them is therefore material for the purpose rather than a person. This is one of the oldest and most familiar structures of authoritarian violence, and the show knows it, which is why Pope is not given the extended philosophical treatment of some other antagonists. He is not interesting enough to linger on. He is killed by one of his own people before the group has to do it themselves. Daryl has been embedded with the Reapers through most of this first part, undercover, doing what he does in the particular way he does it, which is to be exactly himself, and be so entirely himself that people cannot quite figure out how to read him. The cost of this undercover period is Leah, a woman he knew before the events of the final season, with whom he had something brief and real in the woods years earlier. She is a Reaper. She is not going to survive this. The show is aware that it is not giving Daryl and Leah's relationship the time it would need to be fully realised, and the acknowledgement is in how carefully it handles the ending of it, which is not triumphant but is honest. The Commonwealth arc begins in part 2, And it is, in its structural ambitions, the most complex thing the show attempts in its final season. 50,000 people, and a class system, and a son who commits murder, and a mother who tries to cover it, and a general who is watching all of it and deciding when to stop watching. Pamela Milton is the show's final antagonist, and she is more interesting than she looks in the early episodes, partly because she is genuinely not a monster. She is a manager. She manages a large and complicated system, and she does it with real skill, and she genuinely believes the system is good, and that protecting it is the right thing to do. What she cannot do is see the people at the bottom of the system clearly. Not because she is cruel, but because she has never had to. The system has insulated her from the consequences of its own structure for long enough that the consequences feel, to her, like aberrations rather than features. Her confrontation with Daryl, when he has been arrested and she is deciding what to do with him, is one of the final season's best scenes. She has all the power. He has nothing. He says things to her that no one says to her, because no one is usually in a position to, which is the specific way that power creates blind spots. It removes the people willing to tell you the truth. He tells her that her son killed people, and she is choosing to look away. And there is a name for leaders who do that, and it is not a title anyone should want. She has him locked up, but she hears it. The Commonwealth Revolution, when it comes, is not a military event. There are guns involved, and there is violence, but the actual revolution is a decision made by enough people in enough positions, from Mercer at the top to the residents at the bottom, that what looked like stability was actually a structure waiting for enough people to stop holding it up. Pamela is not executed, she is contained. The decision to not execute her is Maggie's, which is significant. Maggie, who argued for Negan's death long after everyone else was ready to let it go, argues for Pamela's life. Not because she has forgiven her, because she's done letting what needs to be ended define every decision she makes about people. That is the quiet revolution of Maggie's final season arc, and it lands harder than anything that involves weapons. Eugene's trial and sentence are what the Commonwealth storyline uses as its primary lens, and Eugene, who has been performing various versions of himself since the show began, steps into this moment with a clarity that is the clearest he has ever been. He did not kill Sebastian. He did not prevent Sebastian's death. He does not beg for his life, and he does not pretend he is someone other than who he is. He asks for Stephanie's safety. He asks for Coco's future. He asks for the people he loves to be protected. He is willing to trade himself for them. Eugene Porter, who came into the story as a man whose self-preservation instinct expressed itself through elaborate dishonesty, is facing death, and his primary concern is everyone else. He is saved, and the saving of him is part of the revolution. But the willingness to not be saved on terms that compromise the people he loved is what the show wants you to see. The final episode of the main show is not about a battle, it is about a walk. The group walks through the Commonwealth, all of them together or nearly, and the show gives you time with each of them at this point in the story. Daryl is leaving for France. He made a promise to Judith, and keeping it means going. Carol is staying, for reasons that have to do with what she is and what she has done, and what she is still trying to be. Maggie and Herschel Jr. have a future somewhere. Ezekiel has a cancer diagnosis and a surgery scheduled, and the Commonwealth's hospital to have it in. Aaron and Jerry and Rosita and all the others are building a world in a city of 50,000 that is now, finally, connected to the communities they came from. Rick and Michonne are not in the final season of the main show. They are in the ones who live. The ending of the main show is, therefore, an ending without its two central figures, which is a structural choice that the show makes work by centering Judith and by trusting that the audience understands that Rick's absence is its own kind of presence. Everything built in the main show was built in the direction of Rick coming home. The fact that he has not yet is not an ending. It is a pause. Judith narrates the close. She is sitting somewhere, and she is talking, to herself, or to the camera, or to whoever will eventually listen, about what it means to carry forward what was given to you. She does not have all of her family. She does not have her father yet, or her mother ever. She has what was built for her, which is considerable. She has the world. She has the hat and the gun and the charter and the drawing and RJ and the city and everything that was planted in the dark by people who did not know if it would grow. It grew. One of the qualities of The Walking Dead that separates it from many post-apocalyptic narratives is its insistence on the smallness of its characters' knowledge of the world. They do not know what happened everywhere. They know what happened to them. They know about the camp and the farm and the prison and the communities in Virginia. They have heard fragments about other regions. They have met people from other places who carry pieces of other stories. But the full picture of what happened when civilization fell is not available to them and is not available to the audience. This is the honest thing to do with a story about people who survived inside a catastrophe, and it creates a specific texture that the show uses to considerable effect. The CRM, when we finally understand it, is partly a revelation of that bigger picture. There were other large settlements, the campus colony, Omaha, Portland. The CRM destroyed at least 2 of them. The Civic Republic is what is left of organized government at scale on the American continent, if not the world, and it is running on a logic of necessary evil that is the kind of logic that always sounds coherent from inside it, and much less coherent from outside. What the spin-offs add to this is the sense that the Walking Dead world is genuinely global. France has its own dynamics, its own communities, its own variant walkers, its own factions fighting over what comes next. The Daryl Dixon spin-off gestures toward what might be happening in other parts of Europe. The logic of the outbreak was never limited to Georgia and Virginia, and the show eventually acknowledges this by moving its characters out of that geography entirely. This has the effect of making the world feel retroactively larger. All those seasons in Georgia and Virginia were not the whole of it. They were one small piece of a thing that was happening everywhere, and what was happening everywhere was the same fundamental drama at different scales and in different vocabularies, people trying to figure out what was worth keeping and what had to be let go, and how to build something that might last, and who to trust and whether trust was even possible anymore. The answer, in France and in Manhattan and in Philadelphia and in Virginia, is the same. Imperfect trust is the only trust available, and it is still infinitely better than the alternative. The alternative is the whisperers who gave up on the question by deciding the question was wrong. The alternative is the CRM, which solved the problem of trust by making the circle of people deserving it small enough to control. The alternative is the governor, who resolved the complexity of community by centering it entirely on himself. Rick's answer is the one the show endorses, which is not that trust is safe, but that it is necessary, and not that community is easy, but that it is the only thing that has ever survived. 200,000 people in Philadelphia, 50,000 in the Commonwealth, 300 in the Hilltop, 30 at the original camp outside Atlanta. The numbers change. The answer does not. We build it together, or we do not build it. That is the whole thing. That has always been the whole thing. And now, having carried all of that through the night with you, we are at the end. The story of The Walking Dead is not finished. Rick Grimes is coming home. Daryl Dixon is on a road somewhere between France and America. Maggie and Negan have things still unresolved between them. Judith Grimes is 14 and just beginning. The Commonwealth is figuring out what it is now that it has changed. All of these threads are still moving, which is the show's way of saying the world does not end. Not even when it ends. The people who are left keep moving, keep building, keep talking to each other in the dark and the morning, keep making decisions that are better and worse and mostly somewhere in between, keep loving people in ways that cost them, and keep doing it anyway, because the alternative is to stop being a person. And being a person, the show has argued for years, is the only thing worth being. The road ahead of all of them is uncertain. It always was. It always will be. They are still on it. Rest now. The road will be there in the morning, and so will they, and so will you. There is one more dimension of the show worth thinking about as the night grows late, and that is the way The Walking Dead uses sound. The show has a score composed largely by Bear McCreary that is immediately recognisable if you have spent any time with it. It leans on strings and sparse piano, and occasionally a kind of industrial percussion that suggests something moving beneath the surface of the world that cannot quite be named. The main theme, which opens each episode with its particular finger-picked quality, is deliberately unresolved. It does not come to a tonal conclusion. It simply goes up and then hangs there, which is exactly the emotional register of the show itself. Perpetually in the middle of something, perpetually not yet resolved. The score is at its most effective when it is least present. The show uses silence in a way that most television does not, letting scenes breathe without underlining them emotionally, trusting that the actors and the writing are doing enough. The scene where Rick reads the message Laurie left him and collapses does not have music. The scene where Glenn dies has a very long period of just breath, and the sounds of the road and the dark and Maggie's sounds from somewhere just off camera. The scene where Daryl carries Beth out of Grady Memorial Hospital has the sound of footsteps and Maggie falling down. These silences are as much the show's music as McCreary's strings. They are the sound of the show respecting its own subject matter, enough to not tell you how to feel about it. There are exceptions. The show places specific pieces of music, usually from before the outbreak, at points of particular emotional weight, and the effect is always the same. The collision of the world that was and the world that is, rendered in the specific way that music renders things, which is direct and physical and bypasses rational interpretation. Tom Waits, Bob Dylan, Dave Matthews. These are not ironic choices. They are elegiac ones, the music of a world that is over, placed inside the world that came after, doing what memory does when it shows up uninvited, making the loss present without making it the only thing present. The show also uses songs performed within the story, and these are handled with a care that suggests the writers understood what music means in extremis. Beth singing at the farm and then at the prison is one of the ways the show keeps telling you that Beth is paying attention and feeling things in a way that other people have stopped allowing themselves to feel. She sings at a piano in the prison common area while the group sits around her, and the scene is quiet, and the light is the amber light of battery-powered lanterns. And what you're watching is a group of people who have been in fight or flight for months, being given 3 minutes of something that is not that. It does not solve anything. It is not supposed to. It just is. The guitar that Herschel keeps at the prison and plays occasionally is the same instrument. It is the same argument. Here is something that is not survival. Here is something worth surviving for. Music as argument, sound as meaning. The show at its best understood that the story of civilization is also the story of what civilization makes, and that the things civilization makes, the art and the music and the writing, are not incidental to the survival project, but are the reason the survival project has a point. Carl's letters are the written version of this. He writes. He writes because he has things to say that he cannot say in person, or will not get the chance to say, or want said in a form that will outlast the saying of them. The letters to Rick and to Negan are the show's final statement on this theme. Even in the worst possible circumstances, the human impulse to communicate, to leave a record, to say I was here, and I thought this and I hoped for this, and here it is in a form that can outlast me, does not go away. It is one of the things that distinguishes the living from the dead in the show's vocabulary, and it is worth saying explicitly, the dead do not make music. They do not write letters. They do not remember. The living do all of these things, and they do them even when there is no particular reason to, even when no one else might read the letter or hear the song, because the doing of it is itself the argument. I am here. I think things, I feel things, I am still a person. That is what the show has been saying in 100 different ways across 11 seasons and multiple spin-offs. Not just that humanity is worth preserving in some abstract sense, that the specific things humanity does, the small ordinary sacred things, the music and the writing and the planting of gardens and the burying of the dead with care and the teaching of children and the keeping of time on a wristwatch are the substance of what is worth preserving. Not the walls, not the weapons, those which is why, if you want to understand The Walking Dead in a single image, the one I come back to is not the night on the road, or the prison going up in flames, or the bridge exploding. It is Dale sitting on top of his RV in the early morning, watching the camp below him while everyone sleeps. The world is over in every direction. There are walkers in the trees. There is nothing comfortable about the situation. And Dale is up there, awake, wearing his fisherman's hat, keeping watch so that the people below him can rest. He's not doing it because he expects to be thanked. He's not doing it because it gives him power or influence. He is doing it because there are people down there who matter to him, and it is his shift, and this is what you do when it is your shift. You show up, you pay attention, you stay awake so someone else can sleep. That is civilization. That is all. Civilization is, in the end. The rest is infrastructure. And so, here we are. We have been travelling together for a long time tonight, through Georgia and through Virginia, and across 11 seasons of a world that would not stop ending, and a group of people who would not stop living in it, through the hospital, and the highway, and the farm, and the prison, through Woodbury, and Terminus, and Alexandria, through the Saviours, and the Whisperers, and the Commonwealth, through France and Manhattan and Philadelphia, through the deaths of people we had learned to care about, and the births of people who would carry things forward. We have talked about what it means to build a community, and about mercy, and about children, and about grief, and about music, and about what the small things are for. We have talked about every major character, and some of the minor ones, and the spaces they move through, and the things those spaces meant. If you are still with me, you have been very patient, and I am grateful for your company. If you drifted away somewhere in the middle, I hope the story gave you something to rest inside. The world of The Walking Dead is hard. It was always going to be hard. The world that the show built in the ruins of the old one is not perfect and is not safe and is still very much a work in progress. The characters we have spent this time with are not finished. They are still moving, still building, still arguing about what the right thing is and making the wrong decision sometimes and the right one others, but they are still there, and the story is still going. Good night, rest well. The dead are quiet tonight, and the living have built enough walls to sleep behind. Close your eyes. Let the story carry you. We have been travelling a long time tonight, through Georgia and Virginia and Pennsylvania and France and Manhattan and the ruins of dozens of smaller places that none of us will ever visit, through deaths that were hard and reunions that were earned, and a great many ordinary moments in between that the show understood, correctly, were the point. I want to spend some time now with what The Walking Dead was actually about. Not the zombies. The zombies were never really the point. They were the pressure that the story needed to reveal what it wanted to say. The way a geological event reveals what was always in the rock. The walkers are the condition. The people are the subject. The first thing the show is about is what it means to be a community. This is not a simple question, and the show does not pretend it is. Every iteration of community the story presents is also a study in what communities cost and what they require and where they fail. The camp outside Atlanta is warm and genuine, and killed by its own naivety. Herschel's farm is orderly and beautiful, and maintained by a denial of reality so thorough it cannot survive first contact with the truth. The prison is the first community the group builds rather than inherits, and it works until the governor destroys it from outside, which is the show saying something specific. The internal problems of a community, the conflicts and the compromises, are manageable. What is not manageable is what comes from outside when you have not yet built the walls high enough. Woodbury is the warning. It is what happens when a community is built around a single person's will rather than a shared set of values. It functions. It even produces something that looks like safety, but it is entirely dependent on the governor not going wrong, and the governor goes wrong, and the community has nothing underneath his authority to catch it with. Alexandria, the hilltop, the kingdom, the Commonwealth, each of these communities represents an iteration on the question. Each of them has things the previous ones lacked and lacks things the previous ones had. The show is not building toward a perfect community. It is arguing that the process of building toward one imperfect iteration by imperfect iteration, with grief and adjustment and the willingness to stay in the room and keep arguing, is what civilization actually is. The second thing the show was about is mercy. Rick's decision to let Negan live is the most overt statement of this, but the theme runs through the entire 11 seasons like a current. The question of when to extend mercy and when mercy becomes a liability is the moral engine of more storylines than I can count. Morgan and his philosophy, Carol and her counter-philosophy, the group's debates over what to do with prisoners, with threats, with people who have done terrible things and might still change or might not. The show tends to land on a position that is neither pure pacifism nor pure pragmatism, but something that tries to hold both in tension. You extend mercy when you can afford to, and when the recipient has shown something worth extending it toward, and you accept that you will sometimes be wrong about both of those assessments, and you keep going anyway. The cost of being too merciful is that people die who might not have if you had been harder. The cost of not being merciful enough is that you become something that does not know how to stop, and that is also a kind of death. The show asks you to sit with the fact that there is no algorithm for this. There is only judgment, and judgment is fallible, and you do it anyway. The third thing the show is about is children, not in the thematic sense of children as symbols, though they are that too, but in the concrete sense of what it means to raise children in a world like this, to transmit something to a generation that is going to outlive you, to decide what is worth passing on. Carl, Judith, Henry, RJ, Gracie, Enid, all of them are people who grew up in the ruins and had to figure out what they were building toward without the benefit of a world that was still intact to learn from. The choices the adults around them made were their education. Rick's mercy, Carol's hardness, Michonne's love, Daryl's loyalty. These were the materials out of which the next generation was assembled. Judith Grimes is the most conscious embodiment of this. She carries her father's gun and her brother's hat and her mother's intelligence and something of her own that none of them had, which is the perspective of someone who has never known any other world. She does not mourn what was lost the way the adults do. She has never had it to lose. What she has is everything they chose to give her, and she has understood it and extended it and made it hers. She is what the show has been building toward in a way that no single adult character is, because she is the living argument that it was worth building. The fourth thing the show is about is the specific way that grief and identity interact. Almost every character in The Walking Dead loses someone they cannot afford to lose, and then has to figure out who they are in the aftermath of that loss. Rick without Laurie, Rick without Carl, Maggie without Glenn, Daryl without his ideas about who he was supposed to be, Carol without everything she thought she was. The show treats grief not as an episode, but as an ongoing condition that has to be lived with and worked around, and occasionally, if you're careful and have help, integrated into something that is still a life. It does not resolve it. People in this show do not get over their losses, they carry them. The question the show keeps asking is not whether you can put the grief down, but whether you can carry it and keep moving anyway. The answer, for most of them, most of the time, is yes. That is the answer the show has been arguing for 11 seasons and several spin-offs and counting. Yes, keep moving. Not because the grief goes away, not because what was lost is not lost, but because the people who love you are still here, and the people who will come after you need you to have stayed, and the world is not yet what it could be, and someone has to be the one who keeps trying to make it so. Rick Grimes kept trying, Michonne kept trying, Daryl kept trying, all of them kept trying, and they kept failing, and they kept going, and the show kept finding them at it. There is a moment near the end of the main show where Judith, who is maybe 12, says something in a voiceover that I keep returning to when I think about what this story was trying to say. She says that the people who came before made mistakes. They did terrible things. They also built things and loved people and tried to make something that would outlast them. And that is what she has. That is her inheritance, not the mistakes, not the terrible things, the trying. We built it for you. That is the show in 5 words. From Rick Grimes in a hospital gown, stumbling through a car park in the Georgia heat, to Judith Grimes carrying his hat through the corridors of a city of 50,000 people. The whole arc of this story is a transmission, a message passed between people who survived something that should not have been survivable, carried forward by their children, opened by the people who came after. The dead kept walking, the living kept building. That is the whole story. And so that is where we will leave it tonight. You have travelled a long way with this, through all the seasons and all the faces and all the dark corridors and the burning farms and the long stretches of highway at night, with nothing visible but the headlights and the road ahead. You have been with these people through the worst things they went through, and some of the best. If you are still awake, I hope you found something in it worth carrying with you. If you drifted off somewhere along the way, I hope the voices and the story gave you something soft to rest against. The world of The Walking Dead is a hard world. It always was, but it is also a world full of people who refuse to let the hardness be the last word. And that is, in the end, the only kind of world worth spending time in. Rest well, the road will be there in the morning. The Walking Dead. It is worth sitting with this title one more time before we put the story to rest. When the show began, the title was understood to refer to the walkers, the dead who walk, the reanimated, the threat. That is what most people assumed it meant and what the first few episodes seemed to confirm. Then Kirkman, who created the comics the show is based on, clarified something. The Walking Dead, he said, are not the walkers. The Walking Dead are the survivors, the people we follow, the ones who kept going after everything ended. They are the ones doing the walking. They are the dead, in the sense that they have lost everything that made the world worth living in and are still here, still moving, still carrying the weight of all they have seen. This reframing does not diminish the horror of the walkers. It adds to it. It suggests that the show's real subject was never the zombie apocalypse as a genre exercise, but the zombie apocalypse as a vehicle for asking what it means to keep going when there is very little left to go toward. What it means to still be walking after the world has ended. Rick Grimes is the Walking Dead. He is a man who woke up from a coma into a world his wife and son had survived, and his closest friend had changed into. and his entire profession had ceased to exist in. He walked through it. For 11 seasons and 2 more mini-series and counting, he walked through it. Carol is the Walking Dead. She is a woman who should not have made it past season 1 by the show's own logic, a background character in a difficult situation with no particular survival skills and a dangerous home situation. She walked through it. She kept walking through it. She became someone no one, least of all she herself, could have predicted. Glenn Rhee walked through it until he could not, and what he left behind in the people who knew him was the shape of someone who had done it right, and that shape is not nothing. Herschel walked through it until the governor stopped him, and what he left behind was a way of being in the world that his daughter carries in how she leads. All of them are the Walking Dead, and the show's argument, sustained across all those seasons and all those deaths and all that grief and all those moments of ordinary grace in the middle of catastrophe, is that walking is enough. That moving forward through the ruins of what you loved, continuing, being present, choosing to be here one more day, is itself the act that makes everything else possible. You do not have to rebuild civilization in a day. You do not have to be a leader or a soldier or a saint. You just have to keep walking. And in the keeping of it, in the day-to-day continuation of the act of being alive and being with other people and making the small choices that add up to the large ones, civilization reassembles itself. Not the same as before, not as clean, but real. The Walking Dead are still walking, and that in the end is the whole story. Good night.